Well, welcome everyone to the Thursday, June 6th regular meeting of the Boulder City Council. I'll go ahead and call us to order. And Alicia, if we could do a roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. We'll start the night's roll call with Councilmember Adams.
Present.
Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Present.
Marquis.
Present.
Shuhard.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Spear.
Present virtually.
Councilmember Wallach.
Present.
And Weiner.
And I'll note that Councilmember Weiner has a very bad migraine and is hoping to join us a little bit later if it hopefully passes.
Thank you, Mayor. We have our quorum.
Thanks so much. I'd like to start with consideration of a motion to amend our agenda to remove item 3C, consideration of a motion to amend Council Rules of Procedures, and move that to the June 13th study session for further discussion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. The agenda has been amended. And we now are going to our declarations. Our first declaration is item 1A, the Juneteenth declaration, to be presented by Councilmember Adams. Taisha, if you wouldn't mind joining us up here at the front. And do we have our representative here to receive the declaration? There she is, Norma. So good to have you with us. And so, Norma, if you'd like to join us for the declaration, we'd love to have you.
Juneteenth is the oldest celebration of the emancipation of enslaved African Americans and is so named after the events that took place on June 19th, 1865 in Galveston, Texas. On June 19, 1865, Union leaders led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas with news that the Civil War had ended and that the enslaved were free. Reactions to this news ranged from shock to jubilation. News of the end of slavery did not reach frontier areas, however, until 2 years later, after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation of January 1st, 1865, and months after the conclusion of the Civil War. Even after word had spread, some slave masters or slave owners chose to withhold the information, enslaving them through one more harvest season. On June 19th, we recognize the historical significance of the end of chattel slavery in the United States. Many African Americans continue the tradition of celebrating Juneteenth as inspiration and encouragement for future generations. For more than 155 years, Juneteenth celebrations have been held to honor and remember the substantial contributions of African Americans to American history. The fight for freedom does not exist in a vacuum, and the struggle against oppression and for sovereignty is one we collectively share and is intrinsically linked to. Juneteenth celebrates the unity and mutuality of American liberty realized, which makes Juneteenth a celebration of freedom and justice for all Americans, not only those who were enslaved and their descendants. The faith and strength of character demonstrated by former enslaved African Americans remains an example for all people of the United States, regardless of background, religion, or race. The late Lula Briggs Galloway of Saginaw, Michigan, an author, social activist, curator of African American history, was the originator of the interim Juneteenth Creative Culture Center and Museum in Saginaw, Michigan. Mrs. Galloway successfully worked to bring national recognition to Juneteenth Independence Day and encouraged Congress to pass a resolution in 1997 to honor the day. In the continuum of those efforts, Ms. Opal Lee spent years lobbying Congress to make Juneteenth a federal holiday. And on June 17, 2021, President Biden signed Juneteenth National Independence Day Act and officially recognized Juneteenth Day of Observation, making Juneteenth a federal holiday. In 2001, the Executive Committee of African American Cultural Events, Boulder County, in partnership with the NAACP of Boulder County, hosted the city's first Juneteenth flag raising ceremony, which has since become an annual event. In 2022, the city of Boulder joined the federal and state government in officially recognizing Juneteenth as a holiday. Juneteenth celebrations will undoubtedly continue to grow in the city of Boulder through the cherished partnerships and the strength of current and future leaders. In celebration, the city encourages community members to attend local events hosted by the city of Boulder, the NAACP of Boulder County, and the Executive Committee for African American Cultural Events, Boulder County, from June 14th through June 17th, including flag-raising ceremonies and celebrations across Boulder County. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth. The declaration underscores the freedom with dignity of every human being. As a governmental body, we oppose and reject any form of oppression and pledge to support our community members and local entities working to achieve equality and protect human rights, and signed by our Mayor Aaron Brockett. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful history and reading of the Declaration. Jubilee Day, Emancipation Day, Freedom Day, Black Independence Day, Juneteenth. I've been acknowledging Juneteenth since the 1970s, when I first learned about it while living in California. I've been a part of Juneteenth celebrations here in Boulder since the late 1990s. Those were coordinated by the United Black Women of Boulder Valley, an organization who had a powerfully positive influence on racial equity and celebration of African American culture, heritage, and contributions. When I arrived, there was already an annual Juneteenth picnic for Black families to gather. And in the following years, a public Juneteenth celebration that took place at such places as the Dairy Arts Center. There's an African proverb that says, if we stand tall, it is because we stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. And right here in our Boulder community, we have our own history of standing tall. All of you are now a part of that legacy that uplifts unacknowledged stories into the framework of dominant American story, and specifically that of Boulder. Always remember that each of us is a part of the circle, and that one day we too will be ancestors. To all those who contributed to making this declaration and event possible, thank you for being a good ancestor and for your contribution of time and energy to building up this better local society. This holiday is significant because it's an acknowledgement not only of independence, but of belonging. Thank you.
Thank you, Taisha, for reading that powerful declaration, and for Ms. Norma Johnson for sharing your wisdom with us. Thank you for being here with us today. Our second declaration is the item 1B, National Gun Violence Awareness Day Declaration, presented by Councilmember Benjamin. And I think we have someone here to receive it as well. If you'd like to come up and join on the dais, please.
We have
our Moms Demand Action, our tireless volunteers for Moms Demands Action here. Thank you, guys. So today we're here to celebrate and to recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and the work being done here in our community and beyond. Every day, more than 120 Americans are killed by gun violence. Let that sink in for a second. And Americans are 26 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income countries. Colorado has an average of 951 gun deaths every year, with a rate of 15.9 deaths per 100,000 people. Colorado has the 22nd highest rate of gun deaths in the U.S. Gun homicides predominantly occur in cities, with more than half of all firearm homicides in the nation occurring in just 20 cities. Cities across the nation, including Boulder, are working to end gun violence with evidence-based solutions. Protecting public safety in the communities they serve is the highest responsibility of City Council. Support for the Second Amendment rights of people of responsible community members goes hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous and violent histories. Council and law enforcement officers know their communities, are most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are well positioned to understand how their community members can be kept safe. In January 2013, Hadia Pendleton, a teenager who marched in the presidential inaugural parade, was tragically shot and killed just weeks later. She should be now celebrating her 26th birthday. To help honor Hadia and the more than 120 Americans whose lives are cut short every day and the countless survivors who are injured by shootings every day, a national coalition of organizations has designated the first Friday in June as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. The idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods, and orange is the color that symbolizes the value of human life. Following the King Soopers Table Mesa mass shooting on March 22nd, 2021 in the city of Boulder, we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence now more than ever and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to keep our community safe. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare June 7th, 2024 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day and encourage all community members to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives. Thank you. With that, we have our current local lead, Tina, here to say a few words on behalf of Moms Demand Action, our tireless volunteer group that has really inspired and led much of the work we've been able to do here in Boulder to protect people from gun violence.
Thank you so much. We want to thank the City Council, Mayor Brockett, and especially Councilor Benjamin for this declaration. What an honor to be here tonight. In addition to some of the statistics you cited in the declaration, it's worth noting that firearms are the leading cause of death among kids and teens in America now. Millions of Americans' lives are shaped by gun violence indirectly. They know someone who was shot. They know about someone who was shot. They live in fear of the next shooting. The mental health costs of gun violence are incalculable. In Boulder, we know all too well about the enduring legacy of gun violence. Gun violence can show up in very public ways, like the mass shooting at King Soopers, but it can also show up in ways that you may know less about. In Colorado, 70% of firearm deaths are suicides. Fortunately, in Boulder, our city council has worked for a number of years in enacting measures to make our community safer. Those measures have also been an inspiration for other communities, other cities who wish to make their citizens safer as well, and has no doubt shaped some of the legislation that is introduced and been passed at the state level. In the last legislative session, we passed 6 out of 8 of the gun violence prevention measures that were introduced. So we are so happy to be citizens of Boulder. to live in a community that cares so much about the safety of its citizens and continues to raise awareness about gun violence through all kinds of things that y'all do, including this declaration. It's an honor. Thank you.
It's a mic drop.
Thank you.
That was a mic drop moment there. Matt, thanks for reading that. And thanks for all the phenomenal Moms Demand Action volunteers for everything that you do and for joining us here today. Okay, we're now going to move to agenda item 2, which is open comment. Elisha, if you could go over our public participation guidelines, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And good evening again, everyone, and thank you for joining us both in person and online. I'll now review our public participation at City Council meeting guidelines. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes, please visit our website at bouldercolorado.gov/services/pro-ductive atmospheres. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during the meeting. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. Only one person at a time at the podium, unless an accommodation like an interpreter is required. Our remarks and testimonies shall be limited to matters related to city business. No standing in or otherwise blocking the aisles. No participant shall stand or hold items such as flags or signs in a manner that block the view of another person. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. We ask that you not affix items to the podium or dais or walls or other surfaces of the chamber. Signs, flags, or other items used to communicate must be held by one person when displayed. Obscenity, other epithets based on race, gender, or religion, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the meeting will not be tolerated. In-person participants are asked to refrain from expressing support or disagreement verbally or with sounds such as applause or snapping, with the exception of declarations. Traditionally, support is shown through American Sign Language applause or jazz hands. Again, thank you for listening and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for that, Elisha. All right, we've got 12 people signed up in person and 8 virtually. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak. I'll call 3 names at a time. If you can start coming down when your name is called. And just be aware that for fairness purposes, I will be restricting people to their 2 minutes. Our first 3 in-person speakers are Rafael Hernandez Guerrero, Harry Ross, and Robert Boutel. Rafael? Sorry, I thought Rafael was coming down. No? Okay. Then we're at Harry Ross, and after that, Robert Boutel and Leslie Glustrom.
Hi, my name is Harry Ross. I'm an emergency physician.
If you can speak into the mic, please.
Hi, my name is Harry Ross. I'm an emergency physician. And I came to talk to you tonight about emergency services and disaster response, but quite honestly, first I want to thank the firearms violence group, MDA First. They're doing great work, and whatever anybody else talks about, they're saving lives tonight, so I want to thank them. I'm here to talk about ambulances. Everybody agrees that they save lives. I'm here specifically to talk about medevac and emergency services at the airport.
If you don't mind getting right into that mic there so
Sure.
everybody can hear you.
So when helicopters fly, it's a matter of power versus weight, and they have limited power. And on hot days like this, they're very limited in how much they can carry. So when you see that helicopter parked on top of Boulder Community Hospital on a day like today, it can only fill with half a tank of gas. It cannot get off that pad with more gas than that. And so they keep a half a tank. That gives them enough gas with their crew and their equipment to get to Boulder Canyon, and that's it. Otherwise, they stop at our airport and they refuel. Helicopters do much better with what they describe as a running start, where they come up at an angle or down at an angle. They can carry an awful lot more weight. And if we lose this helicopter, if we lose this airport, they're gone. And they have a number of items that they specifically need. They need hangars, they need maintenance, they need the fuel infrastructure that everybody agrees goes away. And having just a helipad there doesn't work. They'll be gone. I strongly encourage you to talk to the helicopter pilots that fly medevac, and they will tell you what they can and cannot do, and they should be the ones that help you make the decisions on what's available. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Robert Boutel, Leslie Glustrom, and Michelle Rodriguez.
All right, ready to start?
Yep, down into the mic, please.
Perfect. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Robert Boutel. I'm sure you've heard about leaded gas from the perspective of aviation enthusiasts and lobbyists, but from the perspective of doctors and scientists, it is far different. I hold a doctorate in chemistry from UCLA, and I'm trained on the hazards of leaded nanomaterials. But what I cite today comes from peer-reviewed literature. There are now 4 peer-reviewed studies that have explicitly examined proximity to airports and children's blood lead levels, all of the same conclusion. Leaded avgas has significant adverse effects on children's blood lead levels and the health in proximate communities. This means that dozens of authors, reviewers, editors, all experts in their field, with papers containing thousands of research hours, all come to the same conclusion. The infamous Reed Hillview Airport study has many parallels with the recent Colorado study that was just released. In both instances, aviation groups pushed the idea that since no elevated lead levels were found near any airports, or that the increase in blood lead levels were small, it must be safe. However, the science paints a completely different picture. Bruce Lanphier, co-author of the Reed Hillview study, testified in March in front of Colorado's Transport Committee, stating the blood lead levels seen in his study corresponded to an increase in miscarriage rates in women, increased behavioral issues in children, and lower test scores in school. Even the lowest detectable blood lead concentrations create a measurable, quantifiable IQ deficiencies in children, and in pregnant women, there is no lower threshold that is safe for lead exposure. The Colorado study saw the same results as the Reed Hillview study, even stating in their report, the results are generally consistent in magnitude, direction, goodness of fit with those observed in the 3 previous peer-reviewed studies that explicitly link proximity to airports to children's blood lead levels. Keeping Boulder Airport open perpetuates the harm done to nearby communities and robs those children of their potential. With the closure of Boulder Airport on the table, ultimately, this is an issue that the residents will have to choose for themselves. However,
thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Okay, now Leslie Glustrom, Michelle Rodriguez, and Laura Kaplan.
Is there a PowerPoint?
I guess we're getting a presentation up here.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Good evening, Council. My name is Leslie Glustrom, and as always, I want to thank you with all sincerity for all your service to our community, the hard work, the commitment. I'm super grateful, so thank you. And I kind of hate to do this, but we really need to start yet another thing, which is a conversation about our energy future. We've had a few years off. We've been under the franchise with Xcel since 2021, but we have a decision point coming up next year. So I'm here to begin the conversation with council and with the community. I'll do this in kind of 2-minute slots over the next many months. I I always want to honor the people who work for Excel. They're very good people. They work hard. They're competent, but they're working for a monopoly. And as we go forward on climate change, electricity is fundamental to everything we do. We are getting, after 20 years of work, a much cleaner source of electricity. Excel didn't get there by themselves, let's just say that respectfully. But the price is just not, frankly, appropriate. So we have to make a decision as a community. Do we want to stay with Excel? You've seen this graph before. Blue line is sales. It's there flat. Profits have tripled in the time that I've worked. We could go forward a slide and then another slide, but you would see that Excel's taking over 20 million a year out of our, and then we'll go to the next slide if we, yeah, there it is. Taking over 20 million a year out of our community just in profits. That's a lot of money. And we have providers that could bring us much lower cost electricity. That has huge implications for how we go forward, the equity considerations that we face. Can we use some of that money that we could save to help lower income and small business members of the community through this energy transition? Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Now we have, and no clapping, please. We have Michelle Rodriguez, Laura Kaplan, and Lynn Siegel.
Hi guys, I'm going to go pretty fast tonight. First off, I wanted to express my gratitude, and I was honored this morning to be a part of the community court coming to the city building. We had resources and stuff. You guys can show up next week on a Thursday and probably hang out in Nuria's office and see what great work was done downstairs right outside the building. They brought the community court, the clinic, the resources here for the homeless. Next, I wanted to speak about some heavy stuff. My extreme condolences to the police officers and the first responders that had to respond to the back of the band shell Tuesday morning to retrieve the body of a senior man who had overdosed and was stuck in the position of still using his drugs. I wanted to say that compliments courtesy of Community Health. This is naloxone. It's subcutaneous. I was horrified to see the size of this. This is administered to the public to be able as a reversal for drug overdose. Look at the size of this needle. And they give this to the public. Now, if I stick somebody with this to pull them out of an overdose and possibly end up killing them, this horrifies me. We do have nasal stuff. We've got to do something more. And I asked about this today, and one of our locals had it on him. And I said, because I have somebody I love right now nodding out across the street. We got to do better. This is our harm reduction remedy. So they hand out the stuff to use safely, and then they give you something like this to reverse the effects of what you're going to get out of using drugs safely. We just got to do better. And I'm not scared of needles, but this thing right here, an addict walked up to me and he says, "What's that?" We pulled that off, and he said, "Oh, hell no." He walked away. I was like, this is, if you go too far with what you're using over there, I'll slam you with this, He didn't want nothing to do with it. Thank you guys for listening. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Now we have Laura Kaplan, Lynn Siegel, and Laura Gonzalez.
Good evening, members of council. Laura Kaplan here tonight in my personal capacity and also as an organizer for the Airport Neighborhood Campaign. We wanted to give you all a little bit of an update on the campaign and then also invite you to an event that we are having next week. So where we are right now, I think you all know we delivered over 4,200 signatures for each of the 2 ballot measure initiatives that we petitioned for. That is repurpose our runways and runways to neighborhoods. And we are waiting for our wonderful clerk's office staff to give us the verdict on whether we are sufficient or not. And we should hear no later than June 13th. I did deliver you all a memo, hopefully you had a chance to read it, about some of our experiences petitioning, which were largely wonderful and great conversations, and we learned a lot. But there were a few experiences that tipped over into intimidation, harassment, threats of violence, which nobody likes to see in our community. So we are asking for your help and for city staff's help to send the message that that kind of behavior is not acceptable and that nobody who is petitioning in our democratic process should fear for their safety when they are out circulating a petition. So on to something much nicer. We do have an event coming up next week. It is a webinar, June 12th, 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. You heard Dr. Boutel speaking earlier about lead studies. Our webinar is about one particular lead study for Reed Hillview Airport. Our invited speakers are Supervisor Chavez, Cindy Chavez of Santa Clara County, and also Dr. Lamphere, who was one of the lead authors of the study that they commissioned to look over time at children's blood lead levels. And the results that they found correlating children's blood lead levels with both proximity to the airport and being downwind of the airport. And they used the results of that study to immediately cease selling leaded aviation fuel at all airports in Santa Clara County. And they were successful in that, even though the FAA told them they were not allowed to do that. So please do join us on Wednesday. It'll be a great opportunity for a good conversation. And thank you for your service.
Thank you. Now we have Lynn Siegel, Laura Gonzalez, and James Duncan.
Once we lose the airport, we can't bring it back again. We're going to go all electric, as the chemist said earlier, we're going to. So let's just relax a little bit. The most local issue here is Gaza. No point in being here if we go up in a mushroom cloud. Hezbollah is hitting northern Israel, Iran, China, Russia. Boom. We got to stop it now. 75 were killed yesterday, I think it was, or the day before. It's utterly unconscionable what's going on. For you travelers, Israelis cannot go to the Maldives. No touristing from Israelis in the Maldives. Serious stuff. And
The button on the microphone. There you go. Oh, again. Press it one more time. Okay, we'll give you a few extra seconds.
we have 700 people in Gaza for one toilet. In Boulder, at the Bluebird, we have one person for one toilet. That's a, an incorrigible, I forget the name, the high utilizers, right? So we got a wealth disparity here. We got a big problem here. If we want to have people traveling to Boulder, okay, they have to be traveling here for something, because the way it's going, our landmarks are demolitions. Oh, okay.
20 more seconds, Lynn.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you for giving me my time back. Orange Court was just demoed yesterday. It's a house, it's an old English cottage. It went down for no reason. This is adding to our landfill, and it's on a half acre. They could have built on the other side if they needed to build a new place as well. But we shouldn't have these demos like this. The contrast is $40,000 a month at 311 Mapleton, if you have the penthouse there, or $10,000 a month. I mean, the wealth disparity is greater and greater, and it's happening.
Okay, that's the extra time. Thank you. Okay, now we have Laura Gonzalez, James Duncan, and Adeline Marquez.
You can leave it here. I can leave it here. Thank you. Okay, as you know me, I don't need an introduction, and I am here to pretty much call in every single city council member, including the city manager and every single staff that's here, to the audience and to you, about how you uphold white supremacist cultural norms in the city council. You change the norms to protect physical and emotional well-being while some Zionists call me a bitch, which is a gender-based insult that's not supposed to be allowed by Johnson City Clerk. However, you major, you did nothing about that. You know, and the only thing that I did to protect myself was call him a settler. Again, I am here to educate all of you again around racial equity. A settler is not an insult, but you allow that to happen, and I hope that you repair that, but I don't think you will. You also changed the rules after we started showing up. You changed the podium to the side, right? But before, you had all the Israeli flags covering all the people in the back. But once people, black and brown people show up, what do? Oh, let's have rules because these black and brown people are too violent for white people. So yeah, you're doing the white supremacy stuff. You also changed the podium and the epithets about gender, you allow them to happen. So what is this BS that you're doing about these norms if you're not gonna take action when people actually do this? I was even surprised that a cop had my back more than you did when I called you to do something about it. I also would like to call out the hypocrisy that everyone has here. Honestly, it's so dystopian to see two black women talk about the history of slavery, liberation, and Juneteenth as the rest of the council ignores a racist and supremacist genocide with our tax dollars. So please remove all that hypocrisy. What do you want to do? You want to have a Palestine 19th? Is that what you want to have in 10, 20 years from now once you kill all the Palestinians with our tax dollars? I know you're dying for my time to be off, Wallach, but I hope that you're paying attention to me. Also, it
Your
is
time is up,
ridiculous.
but
I
thank
want
you
you
for
to
your
revoke the
testimony.
sister city.
Your time is up. Your time is up. It's time for you to leave the podium. It is time for you to leave the podium in fairness to other people. If you will not leave the podium, we'll just need to call a recess.
Me?
No, we'll just call a recess. Can you leave the podium, please? Okay, I'll call a recess. Take a little break. All right, everybody, we're back. Hopefully we can get quiet in the chamber so that we can allow our other public speakers to be heard. So would like to hear from everyone who's signed up. Thank you. All right, our next three speakers are James Duncan, Adeline Marquez, and Philip Ogren.
Good evening, Council. Thanks. My name is James Duncan. I live here in Boulder. Thanks for your service. I've got a couple of things to say. First, two local issues, nuclear Armageddon and terrorism. The cavalier provocations by the military of the US and NATO against Russia are hurtling us towards worldwide annihilation. That's local. The ongoing genocide and famine are creating terrorists by the thousands, which could happen anywhere, including here. That's local. Regarding a talk that Naomi Klein gave on a couple weeks ago, she says that there's two competing stories about the birth of the modern world, two very different sets of ideas about what European fascism and Nazi represented within these two stories. The first thing she says about that is that one is that the story doesn't require much. The first story doesn't require much explanation since it is the air we breathe. Right? And that story is very convenient because all of these countries, the US, Canada, Germany, UK, have their own geopolitical economic reasons for wanting a Western outpost in the middle of the oil and gas-rich Arab world, and how convenient it is to wrap that in a virtue of learning from the sins of the past. All right. For the story number two, she quotes W.E.B. Du Bois, who says, "There was no Nazi atrocity, concentration camps, wholesale maiming and murder, defilement of women, or ghastly blasphemy of childhood, which Christian civilization of Europe had not long practiced against colored folk in all parts of the world in the name of and for the defense of a superior race born to rule the world. What
Thank
was
you.
new
Your
was that
time
the
is up.
genocide was coming home."
If you can conclude your comments, thank you. Okay, and now we have Adeline Marquez, Philip Ogren, and Evan Ravitz.
Hi, my name is Adilene Marquez. I'm glad you all got to take a break. However, families and children in Gaza get no breaks. They are being bombarded, decapitated, and burned alive or starved to death. They are facing a slow death, whether it's starvation or injury, or a fast death by the arms that the US is supplying to Israel and the IDF. That's why you all do need to take a stance and vote for a ceasefire. From Mexico to Palestine, these border walls have got to go. Juneteenth reminds us of the struggles that Black people had in this country and how we still don't have liberation for all. Angela Davis was a leader in the civil rights movement and has shown support for our student encampments here in Colorado. Gun Violence Awareness Month, and that just reminds us that we keep supplying the IDF with these bombs and arms to continue killing innocent civilians, including Woodward here in Fort Collins, Colorado. Also, you might ask, why push for a ceasefire if this is a global issue? Well, we're interconnected. It's also a local issue. Here in the city of Boulder, we send $1.5 million to Israel, where we could be using that to forgive 41 student loans, 185 public housing units, 17 elementary school teachers, and paying for 542 children's free healthcare or low cost here in the city of Boulder. So we support, you must support our migrants being pushed out of their countries because of what the US and other countries have done to deconstruct their infrastructure. And you all here support human rights, it's what I would think. So you must not support the liberal agenda and what President Biden has done in harsh immigration policies that would just lead to more deaths at the border. Again, who is the supplier of guns to Mexico? The US.
Thank you. Now we have Philip Ogren, Evan Ravitz, and then I understand that Patty Fuster Aguilar is going to be in person. So Philip?
My name is Philip Ogren, and I'm a member of the Airport Neighborhood Campaign. I'm one of the 5 petitioners, the campaign treasurer, and was an active signature gatherer right up until last Wednesday, when Laura Kaplan and I came to this very building and turned in over 4,200 signatures each for both of our ballot measures, repurpose our one-ways, and runways to neighborhoods. I couldn't be prouder of our accomplishment. I come here tonight to share some reflections on our signature gathering campaign. I'm happy to report that democracy is not dead yet. I want to thank our community for showing up in a big way to take time to listen, research, debate, give feedback, and to sign our 2 petitions. This is an issue that has wide appeal to many people in our community, and I'm heartened by the encouragement and support we received, and I'm optimistic about our chances of getting these 2 ballot measures passed in the fall. People often ask me why I care so much about this issue. As a housing advocate, it's true that I'm very excited about the beautiful neighborhoods that are possible to build on these 180 acres that the city owns. My vision is something like Holiday Neighborhood, but way better. But I also remind people that our campaign is a coalition of both housing advocates and neighbors of the airport who have seen their concerns about toxins and increased noise dismissed, and their demands for reasonable improvements ignored for decades and treated like so much background noise. It's not neighborly to remind people you were there first when you are called out for dramatically increased noise. It's not enough to be embarrassed about the leaded fuel that sends hundreds of pounds of vaporized lead nanoparticles every year over our city, and to wave your hands around while explaining how it will eventually be phased out. It's not right that we heavily subsidize airport activity while having very little ability to sensibly regulate it. I look forward to a lively campaign season, and I'm excited about the new possibilities these ballot measures offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Evan Ravitz and then Patty Fuster-Aguilera.
Last time I gave 4 examples of the city's contempt for voters, the truth, etc. I didn't have time to say that the only law the city respects is kiss up and shit down. Many local politicians kiss up to Governor Polis and are rewarded. Mayor Brockett, after years of voting for legal homeless camps, flip-flopped and instead led the decision to spend $3 million each year to sweep the homeless like trash. Brockett was also the only Colorado mayor to back Polis's attempt to usurp local zoning control last year. So Polis backed Brockett in the last election. Polis, in turn, kisses up to big oil and gas. His commission approved over 8,000 new drilling and fracking permits. He protected filthy Suncor refinery from shutdown. Both ensure thousands more get nosebleeds, asthma, CPD, and later cancer. And Polis kisses up to AIPAC, which gave him and Joe Neguse tens of thousands of blood money. Joe's April newsletter boasts of bringing home the bacon, $9 million to the 2nd District. But Joe just voted $17 billion for Israel's genocide, almost 2,000 times what he got us. War is the hole in Congress's soul where all the money goes. Israel calls its own policy security without peace. It's the grown-up version of Boulder's policy towards unsheltered homelessness. Kissing up and shitting down works, but
Thanks.
what happens
Your time
when
is
the
up.
last becomes first
Thank you.
and the
Your time
first
is up.
become last?
All right, now we have Patty Fuster-Aguilera.
Hi, my name is Dr. Paddy Fuster Aguilera. First, I would like transparency on how much you're spending for the extra cups that you're bringing here, because there used to be one. You're discussing budget. You don't address us when we talk about asking you for a ceasefire, not every single time. You mayor has not addressed us. And so discuss this, right? You're spending more money on cops because you don't feel safe about ourselves. Come on. I also want you to think about how a Palestinian person must feel right now, right? Like, I don't know if you've done this exercise, like how a Palestinian child must feel right now when they kill their whole family, they destroy everything that they had. Like, you have this excuse of like, oh, Israel can like have the right to defend themselves, they have to destroy Hamas. That's not possible. If they kill your whole family, if they destroy everything, you don't think that there's going to be a Hamas 2.0? It's just nonsense. They keep saying that they are, you know, trying to finish with Hamas, and they're committing a genocide. They're just killing so many people. I think that like I want you to do this exercise. I'm a mathematician, and I thought, oh, I don't know any Palestinian mathematician. How come? But I know many Israeli mathematicians. Well, it is like virtually impossible for Palestinians to get visas. Number one, because it's controlled by Israel, right? So we don't hear their stories because we don't get to know them, right? How many Palestinian people do you know, right? And if you know somebody, like, go and talk to them, because I don't know what else to tell you all to like address us. Like, at this point, like, I'm so angry at you all. I'm so angry at this wall. It's too much. It's too much. You're doing nothing.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving to our virtual speakers, and those are our first three are Travis LaBerge, Elise Edson, and Aram Bingham. Travis?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks very much. My name is Travis LaBerge. I'm the founder and executive director of Parlando School of Musical Arts here in Boulder. We teach all instruments, ages, and abilities. And during the school year, we provide lessons and classes to over 600 students every week, including over 100 students who receive tuition assistance to ensure equitable access to the arts. We provide programming for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, as well as neurodiversities, early childhood students, and senior citizens. And during the last school year, our school outreach program provided support to over 3,000 music classrooms and various high-need schools, creating over 100,000 student interactions. Like many other arts organizations in Boulder, we provide programming that no one else does. This is why we were in full support of ballot measure 2A last fall. And this is also why it is disappointing to find out the staff and council are considering cutting back or eliminating previous arts funding from the budget and considering only using 2A dollars to fund the arts. This is an insult to the arts organizations who brokered a compromise with the city over the sales tax and flies directly in the face of the 75% of voters who voted to add to city funding, not to play with the numbers after the fact. This is not quite repeal and replace, but it's certainly a bait and switch. The through line in all of Parlando's programming is that we do what is right for our students and community. More than just music and the arts, we try to instill what it means to be decent humans. With 75% of the voters supporting 2A and its clear message and intent, now is your opportunity to do what is right. Please honor the goodwill of your community's arts organizations, their tens of thousands of audience members and supporters, and the will of the voters. Don't cut the city's arts line item. 2A is meant to add to that number. That's what we agreed upon, that's what was promised, and that is what 75% of the voters overwhelmingly supported. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Now we have Elise Edson, Aram Bingham, and Encarnacion K. Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor Brockett, council, and staff. Thank you for your service. Our city is renowned for its commitment to sustainability and environmental stewardship, so we therefore cannot ignore the significant impact Boulder Airport has on our community and natural surroundings. The constant noise and lead pollution adversely affects residents' quality of life, and there is no safe level of lead for children. They are the most at risk. And the area is highly impacted by planes taking off and landing at Boulder Airport, include at least 6 preschools, daycare centers, as well as the skate park, bike park, soccer fields, and ball fields. Think of it this way. Every time you hear a tow plane overhead or another small plane engine overhead, that is lead particles being released into the air our children are breathing. It's been proven that aviation fuel lead particles are significantly more harmful than the form that was in car fuel. The Environmental Protection Agency has acknowledged aviation lead pollution as a national health crisis. Additionally, the airport's operations contribute substantially to air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, conflicting with our city's climate goals. Moreover, the land occupied by the airport could be repurposed to better serve the needs of our community. Imagine converting this space into parks, community centers, housing, facilities that would directly benefit all residents, rather than a small percentage of private pilots and travelers. Closing the airport is not just an environmental necessity, but a step towards a healthier, more vibrant, and inclusive Boulder. Let's take this bold move together for the betterment of our community and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Aram Bingham, Encarnacion K. Rodriguez, and Kevlin Ma.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I believe I had slides.
The slides are up.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Dr. Aram Bingham, and I am back this week, not because I believe this council has the moral fiber to call for a ceasefire, but because I don't think you all have been seeing the same things that those of us that show up week after week have been seeing for these past 8 months, and I want to use this time to continue to educate. Last meeting, I explained about the smart bomb technology manufactured here in Colorado that is being used to murder entire families in Gaza. These are the Abu Malik and An-Najjar families killed by JDAMs, the munitions produced in part by Woodward Corporation of Fort Collins. According to CNN, 21 members of the Abu Malik family were killed by a single bomb on October 10th, and 18 members of the An-Najjar family by a bomb that destroyed their 3 houses on October 22nd. I am showing these smiling families because I think we have all been conditioned in the United States to think of Arab lives, Muslim lives, and above all Palestinian lives as cheap. And our media does not show us the human cost of the wars we have waged from Iraq to Afghanistan and Palestine. Next slide, please. I fear that your tolerance of this violence, aided and abetted by our government and corporations and individuals in our backyard, is a result of your practiced willful ignorance, as is the case within the Israeli media bubble, where many continue to support this war with no plan and no end, and also where no images of devastation are shown, and critical media such as Al Jazeera is now banned. As people 2 weeks ago burned alive, a child was decapitated, 45 were killed, and more than 200 injured by another bomb in another safe zone, this time in Rafah. The most the Israeli media is willing to show is a bomb fragment, again traced to Woodward, with the lead that these smart bombs are supposed to limit casualties, except of course when you aim them at civilians in tents fleeing for the umpteenth time. The media you consume is probably not showing you the dead and maimed children. Meanwhile, next slide, please. In the West Bank and in our sister city, Nablus, Israeli occupation forces continue to murder youth with impunity, at least 129 since October. These stories and videos are not hard to find. Children are being shot on site while playing in the street. Boulder is silent. Next slide, please. Palestinian men and male youth above a certain age are automatically considered violent threats.
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. And FYI, we have been joined by Councilmember Tara Weiner, who's now present virtually. Okay, now we have Encarnacion K. Rodriguez, Kevlin Ma, and Steve Whitaker. If we can have quiet in the audience, please. Is Encarnacion here? Okay, we'll come back and check in later. So let's go to Kevlin Ma and then Steve Whitaker and Elizabeth McGuire.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. As adopters of a race equity plan that co-opts social justice rhetoric, I ask you, tell me one movement where the best action was to stay silent when our communities are hurting. I will not let the entire diverse Jewish diaspora be conflated with an openly right-wing government party and its violent policies. I will not let our Muslim and Arab siblings be conflated with the violent acts of a militarized resistance group. Leftist Jews and Muslims stood with us for LGBT rights, Black Lives Matter, reproductive rights, and more. We now stand with them. I encourage you to read the writings of leftist and ethical Zionist Jews such as Albert Einstein, who believed in other ways to connect with the Holy Land that didn't involve militarized force. The same way we look to right-wing Christian extremism that led to the genocide of Native peoples, the global slave trade, far-right Christian Nazi Germany that led to the Holocaust, and say that that does not represent our Christian comrades. We must offer that same humility to our Jewish and Muslim siblings. Colorado sends $18 million of our tax dollars a year on offensive weaponry alone to a right-wing party in Israel. Where could that go instead as our residents continue to struggle with substance use, mental illness, unaffordable housing, and gun violence? As representatives of Boulder, you represent not only the interests of the city, but are responsible for the healing of this community. I respect your personal freedoms, but I urge caution on the narratives you nurture. Councilmember Weiner, it is unfortunate that you publicly engage with content that dismisses the actions of advocates calling for a ceasefire in Denver, mocking the so-called useless impact a city council can have on international conflict. This is a slap in the face to our Black, Jewish, LGBT, Indigenous, and other comrades that stood against globalized slavery, the Vietnam War, the Afghanistan War, the Holocaust, the border crisis, and so much more. It's unfortunate that historic literacy is not a requirement for our representatives. If our work really does nothing, why has the President of the United States called for a permanent ceasefire, aid, and diplomacy? Chicago, Seattle, Detroit, San Francisco, Minneapolis, Glenwood Springs, and 100 more U.S. cities, I publicly thank you. We don't come here for you to do anything, but that's so our words are documented, so that years from now when Palestine is free, our generation, my generation, will look at this council and say, how did we stay silent?
Thanks. Now, please, quiet in the audience. Our last two speakers are Steve Whitaker and Elizabeth McGuire.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. It has been over 3 years since the city entered into a franchise agreement with Excel that included a partnership agreement. With the signing of the agreement, the city council marked this as done and done. All is good. I'm here to tell you that all is not good. Since we entered the franchise agreement, the local grid that Excel owns and manages has been shown to be increasingly dangerous and unreliable. Now, every time a strong wind is forecast, we need to worry about grid-generated wildfires and intentional power outages. But this is not all the bad news. We have learned that a key part of the partnership agreement, Excel's promise to meet specific pollution reduction goals, has not been reached and is not likely to be reached in the next reporting period. And there's more bad news. Through the partnership agreement, Excel led the city council and the public to believe it would take action as a result of the agreement that would assist Boulder in achieving its climate goals. In following the actual on-ground results of the partnership, I cannot identify any meaningful reduction of pollution arising from the action taken solely as the result of the agreement. The partnership agreement has been ineffective in moving Boulder towards achieving its climate goals. Excel is the sole provider of the bulk of electricity within Boulder. It is failing to meet the needs of the city. It is time for the city council to begin studying this failure and considering its options. We have the right to exit the franchise agreement next year. Thank you.
Thanks. Our last speaker is Elizabeth McGuire.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth McGuire, Executive Director of the Colorado Music Festival and Center for Musical Arts, and a member of the Boulder County Arts Alliance Board of Directors. I'm here because I want to ask that you reconsider the diversion of 2A funds, which, as my colleague Travis stated, the intent of the ballot measure and the overwhelming 75% support it received from voters in November of 2023. In an editorial last fall, Jan Burton did an excellent job of outlining the economic impact of my organization, the Colorado Music Festival, and the Boulder Daily Camera. The festival receives $50,000 a year that, according to the calculator on the city's own website, results in a $68,000 return. That's a 36% increase on your investment. And I have to ask, does the city make other low-risk investments that yield a 36% return? This morning, I submitted our annual report to SCFD and was astonished to learn that in this process, only 1/3 of our audiences actually reside in Boulder, which means that 2/3 of our audiences are visitors that statistically spend at a higher rate while they're here in Boulder. Jan mentioned that the festival likely generated over $500,000 last October, but I think it's more based on this new information. So in a nutshell, I'm here to tell you the Colorado Music Festival is doing its part for Boulder. We're in lockstep with the city's cultural plan. We present and lodge a diverse group of the world's most talented guest artists. We have a reputable Festival Fellows program that is designed to diversify our orchestra and in turn American orchestras on the whole. We pay to house over 100 all-star orchestral musicians in local apartments. In fact, you won't find a group of people that love Boulder more than our orchestra, and they look forward to shopping, eating, and playing while they're here. We produce performances at such a high level that we are featured in articles by the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, BBC Music, Musical America, and more. Last summer, the Strad magazine came to Boulder.
Your
and
time
wrote
is up,
something called
unfortunately, but thank you for your testimony. Okay, that brings us to the end of open comment. Is Encarnacion here?
They have not shown.
What's that?
They have not shown.
Okay. So I will go ahead and close the speaking portion of open comment and turn to city staff for any responses.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And as always, we appreciate everyone who's come out and shared their voices. For some specific responses in terms of staff, I want to just say appreciate those who spoke specifically about the airport. I'll say that we will, just a reminder for those in community and to council, we'll be talking specifically about the airport, I believe, at the end of July. So stay tuned for more on that conversation. Michelle, appreciate your words. We certainly did start municipal court and in partnership with the city attorney's office, their activities in front of the municipal building, but I want to follow up with you on the harm reduction conversation or comment that you brought to our attention. I'll say too that while tonight we will be talking about we'll be talking about ATB, I know that we will have continuing conversation about funding in general, certainly funding for the arts and 2A funding and future conversations with budget. And then before I get off of the airport conversation, I just wanted to appreciate Laura and appreciate your comments about your experiences, and just note to council that I have reached out and we'll be having further conversations about her experiences. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Aaron, do you have anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. City council members, any responses? Okay, seeing none, then we'll go ahead and bring the open comment period to a close and go on to our next item, which is our consent agenda. Elisha, if you could take us to that, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our consent agenda is item number 3 on tonight's agenda, and it consists of items 3A, 3B, 3D.
If we have quiet in the chambers, please. Quiet in the chambers, please. I'll need to call a recess so we don't get quiet. All right, so now, let's go into a recess. I'm going to gavel us back into order. And I believe we were at our consent agenda. Let's see, Alicia's over here, but.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I was going to help Councilmember Wallach with something. Well, our consent agenda is item number 3 on tonight's agenda. It consists of items 3A, 3B, 3D through 3F.
Very good. Any questions or comments on the consent agenda? Seeing none, maybe a motion?
I move the consent agenda.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. If we can get a roll call, please, Alicia.
Yes, sir. The roll call for the consent agenda items as listed will begin with Councilmember Shuhar.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Spear.
Yes.
Councilmember Wallach.
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
And Marquis.
Yes.
The consent agenda items A, B, D through F are hereby approved unanimously.
Very good. Can we do our call-up check-in, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Call-up check-ins are item number 4 on tonight's agenda. 4A is the site review and a use review at 3300 Penrose Place for 100% permanently affordable housing redevelopment with 113 residential units, an on-site leasing office, and a daycare center, Head Start classroom, with play area. The proposal includes pursuant of landmarking and repurposing of the original portion of the Geological Society of America building and developing 4 additional residential buildings on the site. The proposed daycare requires a use review. This is reviewed under case number LUR 2023-00044.
Any questions or comments or desire to call this item up? Lauren?
I just wanted to thank the applicant for preserving the GSA building. I think that it's great to see it have a new life. But I also just wanted to put a plug in there. You know, that building has these really amazing arches on it, and it would have been fun to see something like that follow through in the buildings. The new buildings didn't have a ton of response to the existing architecture. And you have an architect on council now. Let's do some fun things. Like, I don't know, just a little plug for that. But in all, I thought it was a great proposal. Thank you.
Was that a comment on the architecture there? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Anything else on that one? All right. Seeing none, looks like no desire to call this up. If we can go to our first public hearing, please.
Yes, sir. Public hearings are item number 5 on tonight's agenda. 5A is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8632, approving annual supplemental appropriations to the 2024 budget and setting forth related details.
All right, I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Mayor. And as the team gets situated, I'm going to send it over to our CFO. But as a reminder, our first ATB is that adjustment to base. It is something we do routinely. Certainly at the end of any fiscal year, we come back and think about how do we reconcile our budget at the end of the year, but also think about those monies that were also received, particularly those grants that weren't accounted for in the original budget as we move forward. And think I have spoken enough to give Cara enough time to get situated. So pass it on to Cara.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council members, Cara Skinner, Chief Financial Officer. First time with the new technology, so it's working. Anyway, thank you for stalling, Nuria, as we got behind the chairs. We are here tonight to request approval of a supplemental appropriation to the 2024 budget that is otherwise known as the first adjustment to base. Next slide. This chart depicts the annual budget cycle, and as Nuria mentioned, the most significant event is the annual budget approval in the fall of each year, which sets the budget, or what we call the spending plan, and the appropriation, or the spending authority, for the following year. So in October of 2023, the 2024 annual budget was approved. The annual budget is effective beginning January 2024. The budget cycle also includes these two planned scheduled adjustments to base. We call the annual budget also the base budget. Those adjustments are needed in part because actual spending does not always align perfectly with the fiscal year. So some previous year's dollars committed to a program or a project have not been spent, yet the appropriation or spending authority lapses at year end per the ordinance. So those dollars technically fall to fund balance at the end of the year, and that requires us to reappropriate and reauthorize the spending of those dollars for those original purposes. The city also continuously applies for grants and receives them, so we often need to appropriate in ATB1 new grants that we have received since the development of the budget last year. The city also receives unanticipated donations or other new revenues that are committed to specific uses that require appropriation. Sometimes there are changes to timelines due to certain circumstance or opportunities, and some planned projects are accelerated, which requires appropriation. And last, ATBs sometimes include appropriation for unanticipated emerging needs. So the budget cycle also includes a second adjustment to base in the time frame of November to December, and that is another opportunity to make adjustments. And so with that, I will now turn it over to Charlotte Husky, our budget officer, and she will give you a high-level summary and some highlights.
Thanks, Cara. Good evening, council members. Good to be here with you tonight. I'm Charlotte Husky, budget officer for the city. The slide in front of us is a summary of what is brought forward tonight in our ATB1 for 2024. That includes a total of $46.4 million requested additional appropriation authority. Cara just walked through some of the themes associated with ATBs. One of the points that we want to emphasize in this ATB in particular is that the majority is a reappropriation of one-time unspent funds as well as additional grant and donation revenues. We'd also like to emphasize within this ATB that 98% of the additional appropriation supports existing programs and services. And so we are not adding new programs with this increased appropriation. We are extending and continuing our existing programs and services that we have within the city. Over the next few slides, I'll walk through some of the themes that are included within this ATB. The first includes homelessness and affordable housing. This includes a $2 million grant that is a transformational homelessness response grant that was received from the Department of Local Affairs for respite services as part of the Day Services Center operations at Boulder Shelter for the Homeless. A total of $1.6 million included in this ATB will support the Affordable Housing Modular Factory project. $1.1 million of that is associated with a reappropriation of unspent balance of a Section 108 loan, and $506,000 of that is a federal earmark that the city received approval for an economic development incentive grant. Just as a reminder of this project, this supports the assembly of affordable modular homes while providing workforce training to Boulder Valley School District students. The second category included in our ATB1 highlights includes capital maintenance and infrastructure needs. That includes some couple items associated with fleet electrification. We have $1.8 million associated with the electric fire trucks that we anticipate receiving early. We originally anticipated receiving the fire trucks, the fire apparatuses in 2025, and we are planned to receive the delivery of them this fall. And so this additional appropriation will support that early delivery of the electric fire apparatuses. I should note that within this $1.8 million, there is grant dollars that are associated with the support of the electric fire truck, and we're excited that we successfully secured those grants to support that purchase. Additionally included within the ATB is $8.1 million to support the conversion of 7 HOP bus vehicles from diesel to zero emission battery buses, and this supports the goal of converting the entire fleet to zero emission battery by 2030. Under our capital maintenance needs and infrastructure replacement, there's a handful of items here. I won't go through each line by line, but a couple of them are associated with transportation projects, 19th Street and East Arapahoe. That's primarily due to cost escalation associated with inflation factors, particularly post-pandemic period, and seeing the inflation in construction projects of existing projects. So that additional appropriation supports those items. There are a couple items associated with maintenance and renovation and replacement repairs for facilities of city facilities, as well as an annual maintenance and infrastructure transfer to the Governmental Capital Fund. This is a annual transfer that we've been performing over the past couple of years and utilizing one-time savings to support one-time planned expenses for items such as construction projects such as Alpine Balsam at Western City Campus, as well as citywide fleet replacement and equipment replacement items that are needed across the city. The next category that's included within our ATB includes cultural arts and community programming. We have a total of $250,000 included within this ATB to support the paint and restoration work for the Dushanbe Tea House by an artist from Tajikistan. This funding originates from the facilities and fleet departments from lease payments that are received by the tea house. A total of $200,000 will support the program extension of Experiments in Public Art program for temporary art installations, lectures, and community workshops. And $300,000 will support the continuation of the e-bike program for 2024 that was one-time funded in 2023. And these vouchers to community members will go to community members for bike purchases to expand e-bike access, as well as encourage e-bike adoption across the community. And finally, the last two slides focus on grant funds across the organization. We have a total of $8.3 million in ARPA reappropriation for programmatic expenses. This supports expanded city services such as behavioral health services, financial and rental assistance services, as well as economic recovery support. The remaining dollars associated with ARPA are due to be spent by year end of 2024 and, encumbered or obligated by year end of 2024 and then fully spent by the end of the year in 2026. We have successfully secured grants for several city programs and services across the organization. There is an example list here with Parks and Recreation, Open Space and Mountain Parks, as well as police, including supporting items such as tree mitigation and forestry services, youth education, wetland and riparian restoration, as well as the Victim Services Unit and police. And then finally, we are continuing to focus on grant seeking for high priority initiatives. The two included here are the High Utilizers Program to acquire housing for unhoused individuals. We submitted a $3 million federal earmark request and recently heard word that that is approved to move forward in the Appropriations Committee. While the application is still pending on both of these items, we are excited that it's moving forward in the process. And finally, there's a DRCOG regional grant to support climate action efforts of $200 million. And I want to clarify that would not come directly to the city, but it would support community members in the community. And finally, we have included an update to our budget appropriations ordinance. This is within section 2 of the budget appropriations ordinance that would shift our grant appropriation for multi-year appropriation authority for grant-funded projects. This is similar to how we currently treat capital projects, where grant-funded projects will receive multi-year approval from council for grant funding. What this will mean is that all unspent funding will carry forward on a multi-year basis until the grant funding is fully expended or until the grant period ends. And staff will continue to bring forward for council approval any new grants that are received, such as new grants received mid-year. And we're looking forward to adjusting this within the ordinance for heightened and enhanced administration and tracking of grants across the organization. And with that, happy to take any council questions, and the suggested motion language is here as well.
Thanks very much for that informative yet succinct presentation. Questions from council members? I got Mark.
Let's see if I can master this thing. First, I wanted to thank staff for the extremely substantive reply to that hotline that I sent out. You really nailed it and answered everything that I asked, and I thank you for that. I really have two questions. I'll do them in reverse order. The Dr. Cog funds, do we have any sense of, if it goes through, how much of that will directly benefit Boulder?
That is a good question, and I actually do not have the answer to that of the proportion or the portion that would go directly to support Boulder community members, but we can look into that.
Yeah, just be an interesting thing to know.
Mm-hmm.
And lastly, you showed a maintenance and infrastructure transfer to government capital fund of $6 million under the capital maintenance needs.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain that a little more?
So this is an annual maintenance and infrastructure transfer from the general fund to the governmental capital fund. We've been performing this as best practice to be able to support one-time expenses and utilizing one-time savings to transfer over to the governmental capital fund, which supports capital projects across the organization citywide. We recognize, and we've shared previously, the underfunded and unfunded capital maintenance needs across the organization. And so this is really to help support building that up in terms of fleet replacement, equipment replacement, as well as supporting capital projects such as our Alpine Balsam project that's on the horizon.
I'm just a little confused. Is maintenance and infrastructure a synonym for government capital fund? I mean, because if we're transferring it to provide for maintenance, wouldn't those funds be better left in the maintenance and infrastructure category?
I think I'm following, but and maybe maintenance is we do capital maintenance, and some capital maintenance is funded out of the governmental capital fund, and certainly our infrastructure is funded out of the governmental capital fund. So it's really moving those dollars over to that fund that we try to isolate for those types of expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
Turn off your mic if you're not speaking. We're getting a little feedback. Was that it, Mark? Okay, I got Tina and then Matt.
Yeah, I had a question on the grant funding that's being used for behavioral services, and of the 8.2 that'll be expended, or whatever it was, in the next 2.5 years. If we're expanding services with that or hiring people, how does that look from a hiring perspective? Is it considered a limited term contract until we devote future funding? And I do want to just comment how consistent staff has been in reminding us that we have a limit on those funds. But I'm just kind of wondering how it looks to us in a 1.5 years, and also what the expectations are when if we find out we can't further them or we don't prioritize them, or however that is.
I will, and just to clarify on the question, we're speaking about in-house staff, city employees, or contracted?
It could be either.
Okay.
Yeah.
The grant funded staff, and Cara, feel free to chime in on this, but the grant funded staff will typically be funded and supported by ongoing dollars after the grant sunsets. I will say that to the behavioral health program, they are the staff within the behavioral health program are supported and backed by ongoing dollars. And so once the grant period ends, they'll continue to be funded. And we've planned for that on a multi-year basis and phased in or phased out the grant funding.
Okay, so we won't see there's like a decision point. This will be continued over time and it won't end abruptly.
Correct. Specifically to the behavioral health. And I will let Elizabeth Crow in our Housing and Human Services Department, Deputy Director, add to that if I missed anything.
Am I good?
Please.
All right. Hi, good evening, Council. Elizabeth Crow, Deputy Director, Housing and Human Services Department. For the ARPA, strengthening the behavioral health support category, we have a lot of grants out now that are really designed intentionally to be one-time support. So our the agencies that we have provided, to whom we've provided funding, are not expecting any more funds. Again, just considering all of the ARPA guidelines and not wanting to fund things that we then would leave them, you know, kind of holding the bag. That's been intentional. But just a couple of examples are providing some one-time support to mental health partners to really help them work on staff recruitment and retention training so that they can have more longer-term impacts, some of their DEI or diversity, equity, and inclusion work, just to strengthen their own staff base. A couple of other examples are supporting the wellness centers that are a fairly new feature at Boulder Valley high schools that are in Boulder. Some support to Clinica to help with the Medicaid behavioral health unwind, the Medicaid unwind, COVID public health emergency unwind specifically for behavioral health services, which has been a huge impact to that organization and all others. So they're really designed, again, just to be true one-time support, which is not to say there's not extreme ongoing need, but that's been the intention. Hope that's helpful.
That's perfect. Thanks so much. I'm good.
Matt?
One, appreciate the presentation and sort of how you responded to this. My question really centers around the ordinance change to go multi-year. For one, I think that's probably one of the most substantive changes we can make in this capacity. And so I appreciate, you know, FSC and the work of your team to come up with that idea. My question really centers around how would, if we had had multi-year ability, how would that have changed maybe this ATB? Out of curiosity, would we have seen it down to like maybe the 12 or 14 million mark? Or I'm just wondering what would have been sort of attrited, if that's even a word, but removed from this particular ATB if multi-year were existing?
I appreciate the question. Approximately 54% of the ATB is grant funded. So.
All right. Appreciate it. Well, thanks for that work and look forward to seeing the impacts of going multi-year and sort of making this seem like a little bit more of a reasonable chunk of money to be working with it 2 times a year. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the public hearing. We've got one person signed up to speak, which is Lynn Siegel, signed up virtually. Do we have Lynn in the meeting?
Lynn does not appear to be online.
Okay, and we're not seeing her in chambers either. So since she's the only speaker and not present, I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to City Council for a discussion on the proposed motion in front of us. Who would like to get us started? I know one of you wants to get started.
I move we adopt ordinance 8632.
Do you mind just finishing the sentence there?
Okay. Approving annual supplemental appropriations to the 2024 budget and setting forth related details.
Second.
Great, we got a motion and a second. Mark, did you want to speak to your motion?
Not in great detail. I think these expenditures are needed and appropriate. And it's a good use of the funds that are available to us. So I will stand on that.
Matt? Anybody else? Yes, Taisha.
I have no problem with this, so I'm a big fan. I'm more so just taking this as an opportunity because there wasn't a comment opportunity. It was just if we had questions. And so, again, thank you. I agree with the grain size of the materials provided. It was really helpful. And if anything, it reminded me the importance of a fiscal note. For when we're making council decisions. Like, we can't wait until this conversation to have meaningful conversations about the budget, or when audit comes, or, you know, some of these other pieces. And so I look forward to that fiscal note and a more rigorous conversation as a council around, and staff around the grain size of that, so that it's useful not only for us, but also for the public as we are preparing everyone for the comprehensive plan update, which is going to be significant. So I just wanted to lift that up. I also wanted to lift up, I know our federal grant manager, is that the right title? Okay, grants manager, has been working on compiling all of our federal grants so that we just have a handle on all of them in one place. And I just wanted to lift up, I'm eager to learn more about that, especially one of the things that you did that is in my mind from the presentation was the interest to continue to obtain grants. And so it would just be helpful. It is not solely the staff's responsibility to go find grants. It's everybody's responsibility to do that. And I'm, again, reminded of the opportunities that we had at the National League of Cities Conference to connect directly with federal staff around these very grants. And so my goal is to go to that meeting next year with my list and be like, okay, what's missing? What's not on the table? What are we not taking advantage of? And so, again, just how we, I look forward to that higher level of transparency so that we all have a better understanding of where that goes. And to Elizabeth's comment about the ARPA funds and that they're closing, and we didn't want to leave those programs holding the bag, but we are leaving those participants and those who receive that with the bag. So although I appreciate that we had tried to design that money knowing that there weren't monies coming back, they're still not going to be receiving those services. So I want to honor that, although the design, we were very responsible in the design, the outcome is still that they're not receiving those services. And so I'm just wondering what we can do to fill that gap in that NRAP. I'm still thinking of that joint homelessness conversation as well. There were a significant number of programs that were going to end because of ARPA. And so again, I just look forward to additional conversations around that particular piece, not only for us, but also for our partners, and most importantly, for those who are receiving whatever services they have. So those are just some comments, but thank you so much.
Thanks for that, Taisha. And I want to say it's a great point about all of our responsibility on the grants. As I know, periodically I'll get an email that says, hey, did you know there's this grant program out there? And I'm always forwarding it to the relevant director. Are you all tracking this? About 95% of the time you are, because you all are really good at this, but it's good for us. Sometimes people say, oh, it's a surprise. So thanks for that reminder. I'll just call on myself for a quick comment. Just phenomenal job as always. And a couple of things just to call out, as Matt mentioned, the multi-year grant appropriation. I remember my first year on council, that really confused me. Why are we what is this? It took me a long time to understand that. So I think it's helpful for our understanding, and it'll just smooth the process forward and make for better tracking. So thanks for bringing that forward. And then I just a couple times a year have to thank you for taking advantage of our fund balances to make one-time expenditures to make sure that the money is getting out into the community and improving the lives of our community members. You all are doing a phenomenal job with that right now. So thank you for that. Any last comments before we go to vote? Seeing none, Elisha, if we can do a roll call, please, on the motion in front of us.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll start tonight's roll call on ordinance 8632 with Mayor Pro Tem Spear.
Yes, and thank you to staff for all the work.
Councilmember Wallach.
Aye.
Weiner.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Marquis.
Yes.
And Shuhart.
Yes.
Ordinance 8632 is hereby adopted unanimously.
All right. Thanks again for all your great work. If we can go to our next public hearing, please, Elisha.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Next, we have item 5B. Second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8622, amending Title 9 Land Use Code, BRC 1981, to simplify certain development review processes and setting forth the related details.
I'll say, Mayor, as we start this item, that nothing makes me more excited than good process improvement, and I realize that that demonstrates a little bit the geek that I am, but this is a long time coming, and before I pass it on to our Director of Planning and Development Services, I'll say it is so exciting to come before you today with changes that really will change, I believe, the trajectory of what development could be in the city, to simplify processes in ways that will really make a difference. And I am beyond giddy at the presentation you're about to see. So with that, Brad, it is yours.
I have to say, I do like a city manager who gets giddy over process improvement, so it's great. So, Brad?
Good evening. I feel like I just got out-geeked, so I'll see what I can do with that. I'm Brad Mueller, Director of Planning and Development Services. Just a little preview before Lisa and Carl give the presentation. It was over a year ago that I came to you in response to some complaints that we had about a permit that didn't go well, and it represented a trend and to some degree a bit of a legacy. I was very fortunate, as I think I've shared with all of you individually and as a body, to walk into a position where there had already been a lot of thought about how to make administrative changes, some in response to technology like electronic plan review, some accelerated because of COVID, some because of wanting to be and needing to be more efficient with the dollars and resources that we have at the city. But I was privileged to walk into a situation where we were continuing to elevate that and move forward on that. That is not what we're talking about tonight. I'm looking forward to an update that we can provide you later this year on that. But aside from those administrative improvements that we talked about again over a year ago, you asked me the question, well, in addition to that, are there things in the code that have implications for the timelines for development and development review? And the answer is yes, and was yes. So we appreciated that, opening the door wide open to be able to go back and then explore opportunities to bring options for you this evening. And having done this work for a while now, I have been a frequent receiver of comments throughout the various jurisdictions I've worked about bureaucracy, and there's too much bureaucracy and that type of thing. But I've learned to make a distinction between good bureaucracy and bad bureaucracy, because we do have checks and balances in place, and it's important to us as staff, and we know you as council, to recognize that these codes that have evolved over time were done with good intent and with probably good purpose at the time to provide those checks and balances. But things change, and so we want to strive towards good bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is what allowed for Henry Ford to do, systemized building of cars and things like that. I worked for a large organization private organization that had a very big bureaucracy, but that can be good or bad. And in fact, I had a person I respect one time say that one person's bureaucracy is another person's quality control, and that's really stuck with me. And so the things that we have brought forward or bringing forward to you this evening are done in a thoughtful way that still acknowledges our responsibility, certainly as staff, but as a city at whole, to keep reasonable checks and balances and to reflect the city's values as represented and implemented through the codes and distilled over many years, both through feedback more recently by you as council, but also through other very intentional engagement processes. So we think we found a balance with these. There's always opportunity for discussion around that and for improvement. We are committed to monitoring and adjusting. So this is not a once and done forever, but we do think that this represents a milestone for a while and are really excited to be able to present this. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lisa.
All right, good evening. I'm Lisa Hood. I'm a senior city planner with our Planning and Development Services
department. Brad gave a great background, but I'm really excited to bring these code updates related to process simplification to you tonight in Ordinance 8622. Brad already gave a little bit of an intro, but this project was originally initiated at your 2023 retreat, as he mentioned. PNDS was directed to investigate potential policy or code changes that would make our processes simpler, more efficient, more predictable. And as you know, you hear, and staff hears as well, some challenges with the duration of land use approvals in Boulder. We also did some boards and commission analysis last year that noted the increased workloads for those appointed groups. So kind of all of those came together to direct this project. Again, this work was reinforced in the most recent retreat, so for 2024 and 2025, in your priority about the economic development plan and program enhancements. So focusing on permitting all across the organization, not just the land use and development process, but improvements there that address the needs of the local business community and allow the city to have a greater role in supporting a strong and resilient local economy. And I think this project is a really good example of kind of the One Boulder philosophy of all of these frameworks and plans, from our strategic plan, our comprehensive plan, the SARE framework, the sustainability, equity, and resilience framework, to even our comprehensive plan. There's several policies that are supported with these ordinance changes, from built environment and economy policies to local governance, all of those combined, as well as our strategic plan from the staff perspective. So the most recent strategic plan really focused around that SARE framework and the economically vital part. We have a strategy that identifies streamlining processes for land use, identifying and implementing ways to reduce bureaucracy, improve efficiency, and facilitate quicker approvals. So from council retreat priorities, comprehensive plan policies, and our strategic planning, all of these support the changes that are in this ordinance before you tonight. I also wanted to note that this ordinance has a number of changes, but there's also been many efforts related to process simplification that we've completed recently, from the kind of service administration side, which Brad noted, changing to our online, phone, and in-person services, staffing arrangements to PNDS. This is an ongoing process to improve that administrative side, as well as having a number of ordinances that have come before you in the last year or two related to process improvements, from the site review criteria becoming more predictable and descriptive, to the improvements to the accessory dwelling unit process, making that much simpler. The use table and standards project, which had multiple different ordinances that made many more uses allowed by right, and providing more flexibilities on our land use approvals. That was really a reaction to some of the challenges businesses were facing during COVID. More flexibility for housing types in the zoning for affordable housing project, and then also faster permit times by eliminating the residential growth management system. So there's already been a lot of great work done related to process improvement, and this ordinance reflects an even more specific targeted change on those process improvements front. So this project, for engagement, we really focused on a consult level of engagement. We wanted to hear targeted engagement with our applicants, especially. Those are the folks that are most familiar with some of the issues, and certainly the timing issues with the applications. And we also focused a lot of engagement on the planning board, because a lot of these changes involve planning board decisions and timelines related to them. So we talked with planning board back in January. We had a few stakeholder meetings with applicants, both frequent applicants who are very familiar with the process, and also some less familiar with the process, to understand both of those perspectives. We had outreach to groups like Better Boulder, Plan Boulder, the Downtown Boulder Partnership, and the Chamber of Commerce. And then also we've been doing, of course, the formal public review process with public hearings at the planning board in May, and here tonight at City Council. In addition to that engagement, the process of developing this ordinance and the kind of suite of changes that are involved also started with pretty intensive issue identification with our internal staff. So these are our planners and case managers who live and breathe these applications every day, and they're very familiar with the common complaints of applicants. and issues that they run into while processing the applications. And so we did a lot of brainstorming with them about potential areas of the code that could be improved, as well as we did a significant amount of data analysis. So we took our online permitting system and looked at every single application type related to development review and how many of those applications we do per year, how long they're taking. The median approval time is something we looked at especially because we were looking at the timeliness of all of these applications. So there's some examples of the results of that data. And then I know you can't read the bottom one, but that just shows how many different types of applications there are. But really looking at that timeliness was really important to identifying some of the major issues that we wanted to tackle. So I mentioned this ordinance is a whole suite of changes, and everyone's already geeked out on this, but I was going to say there's nothing more thrilling to me than zoning, but I know that that's not everyone's cup of tea. But especially talking about zoning processes is kind of a hard sell. But so bear with me while we get a little bit into the weeds because processes are naturally in the weeds. But I am going to focus, knowing that I'm going to focus on two of the topics, planning board call-ups and use reviews most. But I do want to make sure to highlight all of the changes so you're aware of everything in the ordinance. But we'll focus most on the call-ups and the use reviews. As you know, any change to the land use code goes to the planning board first. They make a recommendation on what the changes should be. So we brought this to the planning board in May. They had a unanimous recommendation to approve the ordinance. They did have one change that they recommended. Staff had originally recommended changing the number of planning board members that are required to call up an item, and they requested recommended that that be removed. And so we did make the change to the ordinance to reflect that planning board recommendation. So the ordinance before you does not make any change to the planning board members that needed to call an item up. So that brings us to the first main topic, which is the planning board call-ups. You all are familiar with the call-up process because you see them on your agenda to call up things every meeting. It works similarly for planning board. So planning board has the opportunity to call up staff decisions. So staff does the analysis, makes the decision, they bring it to planning board determines whether they want to call it up or not call it up. If it's not called up, then that staff decision is final. If it is called up, then planning board makes the decision after a public hearing. And then any decision of the planning board can be called up by you. So that's kind of the process for call-ups. I mentioned we did a lot of data analysis. So we looked at all of the planning board call-ups, so applications that were brought to planning board potentially for call-up between 2018 and 2023. And in those 5 years, 174 applications were brought to them to potentially call up, and only 6 applications were actually called up. So that's about 3% of applications ultimately are called up. I will note only one of those had significant changes from what the original staff decision had been. And when we looked at the types of applications that were being brought for call-up, one thing that you might see when you look at that pie chart is that the floodplain permits and wetland permits take up a vast percentage of these types of applications. So that really showed to us that that was something we wanted to target. There's, I think, almost 70 floodplain and wetland, I think 72 floodplain and wetland permits, and only one in the last 5 years was ever called up. So that's 1% of applications. And all of those applications represent staff time, preparing a call-up memo, planning board time to review those memos. So it does all add up and can take away from staff time working on other applications and the efficiency of other applications. You also see that use review is another common application for call-up. So that's another main topic that I'll talk about in a bit. I mentioned we had stakeholder meetings, so we got some really good feedback that also informed the changes that are proposed to call-ups. What we heard from stakeholders, so those are applicants, was that call-ups add significant time to their process. And something that we heard from a lot of them was that it adds a real layer of unpredictability because you don't know whether it's going to be called up or not, and whether that staff decision is going to be final, or whether you're on another path that could be many months longer. And so that unpredictability of the call-up was a major issue. They also noted that from their perspective, the call-up rarely leads to a different outcome, which is sort of validated by that data that only 6 of the applications were actually called up. When we talked to planning board about this, They were supportive of removing the call-up requirements for floodplain and wetland permits. They were interested in maintaining it for some other applications. And then we had a robust discussion about the question of how many board members should be required to call up an item. Right now, the code only requires one planning board member to call up an item. Talked about 1 or 3, or there were varying opinions among the planning board from that initial feedback. So what's proposed in the ordinance before you tonight is removing the call-up for floodplain and wetland permits, also removing the call-up for non-residential use reviews without site changes. I'll get into that one a bit more in the use review topic. And then, as I mentioned, staff had originally recommended requiring 2 planning board members to call an item up, and then based on planning board's recommendation, that change was removed from the ordinance. I also wanted to note that in the process of this whole project, we also identified not just issues that could be changed through the code, but some additional process improvements that could be done just administratively. So we've also talked with staff about process improvements to standardize and increase the efficiency of drafting those call-up memos. So even for other applications that would still require a call-up, how can we make that faster so that staff is not spending an inordinate amount of time preparing these memos? And so that is more to come with this project as well. The anticipated result for these call-up changes is we think that based on the data from the last 5 years, we could reduce the number of call-up applications by about 40%. And for our staff, that represents a significant amount of time. And then also for the applicant, that makes their process at least 2 to 4 weeks shorter, probably longer for all of those applications. That's kind of a summary of the planning board call-ups. Next major topic is use reviews. So use reviews you're probably familiar with. They're a discretionary review process. Almost every community has something like them. They're called different things in different places. You might have heard of them called conditional use permit or use by special review. In Boulder, we call them a use review. And essentially, a use review is an additional layer of review which ensures that the proposed use in that proposed location is appropriate and compatible. We have a set of review criteria to ensure that. And then also there can be standards and conditions added to ensure the compatibility and also mitigate any potential impacts. So use reviews were identified as a major thing to look at because it is a common application. We have about 19 applications per year. And one of the things when we were looking at the data that really stuck out to us is that use reviews are taking about 200 days for approval. So that's almost 7 months to get a use review approved through our process in the last couple of years. And when we dug in deeper, we looked at the different types of businesses and uses that are subject to use review to try to understand the situation more. You can see that in the pie chart that restaurants are a significant portion or one of the most common business that requires a use review. You might remember that council passed an ordinance in November related to the use table project that specifically targeted neighborhood centers, but talked a lot about restaurants. And we think that ordinance, or we expect that ordinance will have a significant impact on a few of these uses. So we think that about 85% of restaurants would not require use review any longer based on the ordinance that was already passed. So there's been significant progress, like I said, through other projects, but still restaurants are only 20% of the businesses that require use review. So there's still more work to do for those 80% of other businesses. And that's why we still wanted to tackle the use review issue with this project. So I wanted to walk you through just all of the steps of the use review approval process because I think it really illustrates the different points where additional time can be added to the process. And this is a helpful way to see how it can kind of add up to 200 days. So an applicant, a business owner, would submit their application for a use review. First, it gets routed to all the city reviewers, so that goes to many different departments: planning, landscaping, engineering, building code, open space. They all review the application based on their standards and requirements. Best case scenario, that can take about 3 weeks to get through all of those comments or get through the process, but a lot of times it turns into kind of an iterative process where the applicant is revising their plans to address the comments, and it can take up several months to get through that step of the process. And I did want to note that it can be highly variable based on the case, and also not all of the time of those 200 days is sitting in the city's court. We looked at the data, and about 20% of the time for use reviews is just the applicant revising plans or getting a step that the applicant needs to take. So that's an important part to note too. But once they get through all the comments, staff has done all their analysis, makes the decision, then we go into the call-up opportunity, which I already talked through. So it gets taken to planning board. That can take 2 to 4 weeks just to get on an agenda for that call-up. And then planning board has to decide whether to call it up or not call it up. If they don't call it up, like I mentioned, then the staff decision is final. If they do call it up, it's another 30 days to wait for the public hearing, and then wait again for 30 days for the city council call-up opportunity. And then finally, assuming it's approved in either circumstance, then it's approved. There's actually a last step for use reviews. So use reviews are required to complete a development agreement, which is a legal document between the city and the applicant, which basically says that the applicant has to comply with the conditions of their approval. And that process can actually take up to 90 days. So you can see that all of these different things can kind of turn into pain points that make the process take a long time. When we looked at the applications over the last 5 years, kind of the best case scenario, applications were taking about 80 days. That was the fastest that you could get through all of these steps. But again, our median is 7 months. So that's where this really rose as something that we needed to take a look at to address that would have a major impact. We also heard a lot of really helpful feedback from the stakeholders too about the issues that they were seeing with use reviews. So from our stakeholder perspective, the use reviews represent a significant barrier for new businesses, especially for tenant changeover in existing structures. So the approval time and the high fees, they were saying, discourages new tenants from coming to Boulder, basically. From their perspective, the review process rarely added unique conditions at the end. And then they also noted that the development agreement step is unusual for those applicants that work in different communities. It's unusual for use reviews. And it adds more time to the process. Planning board had we had originally brought forward an idea of what should we do or perhaps we could have a different process for straightforward use reviews that don't have site changes. And we had a good conversation with them about some potential consequences and loopholes if there weren't guardrails put around how that would be put into place. And then they also had some interest in limiting the development agreement requirements. So all of that feedback, as well as the data and the internal staff discussions, led to our proposal, which is this new minor use review process, and it would only apply to non-residential uses in non-residential zoning districts that don't have site changes proposed. So that really is like a new business. It's intending to support those new businesses going into existing space so that they're not stuck in a 7-month review process, and that we're supporting those new businesses coming in. So in order to do that, we would remove the call-up requirement and then also the development agreement. Because it's still a use review, there'd still be public notice that would go out to neighbors, as all use reviews do now. And then those use reviews, the minor use reviews, could also be appealed to the planning board. So rather than taking every single use review proactively as a call-up to planning board, it would just be those use reviews that have major issues that would be appealed to planning board to make the decision. And then, like I said, for the planning board call-ups, there's additional process improvements outside of the code that we've identified that could expedite that development agreement process, just coordination with the city attorney's office, making different templates, things like that we could also speed up that side of the process as well. The anticipated result for this change, this one's a little bit harder to take the data and figure out because we made all those additional changes to like restaurants and the requirements for what types of businesses would need use reviews. So we're already anticipating fewer use reviews based on those past changes, but in looking in the last 5 years, the use reviews that were required, 40% of those we think would have qualified for this minor use review process. So that means that 40% of those applications would have this reduced approval timeline. So going back to the flow chart, I just want to show you graphically. So this is the typical use review. And then with the changes in the ordinance, the process would become this. So the potential reduction by skipping just the call-up and the development agreement is potentially 6 months in the process. by making those changes. So it would be a significant improvement for those applications that qualify for the minor use review. All right, so those are the two major topics with multiple slides. The next ones only have one slide each. So next one is non-residential uses in residential districts. So this is also a use review, so same type of application, but it has a unique quality in our code that's been in there since the 1980s, where instead of going to call up, where it's potentially going to be called up and have to go to public hearing, it is automatically has to get a public hearing. And so that step adds at least 60 days to the approval process for the scheduling to get an actual public hearing before the planning board. It's easier to get a call up on an agenda. We've actually had several recently brought to the planning board, and even the planning board has asked us, why do we see these as automatic public hearings? They've all been approved. So it's already been identified as something that could be changed in the code. So the proposed change is to remove that automatic review. There would still be an appeal process, or call-up could remain. And then there's also a similar change or similar language in the code for residential uses in public zoning districts that we saw as an opportunity to eliminate, but that hasn't come up much. But the anticipated result is to eliminate, based on the last few that have happened in the last couple of years, a few public hearings at planning board per year. So that reflects time saved for the planning board and staff, and at least 60 days for those applicants. So much shorter process for applicants with these types of applications. The next topic that I want to highlight is our development review extension changes. So right now, if you got all the way through that process and you have your approval, the code gives you 3 years to substantially complete the work before it expires. We can extend that, staff can extend it by 2 6-month extensions, and then planning board can extend it even further through a public hearing. The proposal in the ordinance is to allow 2 1-year extensions, so extending the amount of time that staff can extend the approval, and then removing the planning board extension, because the major change related to this is replacing the substantially complete requirement with just a requirement to obtain the applicable building permits and start construction within 3 years. We also, I hadn't mentioned this, but we looked at a lot of comparable communities. There's more info in the memos about the results of that, but having a requirement to substantially complete is very unique to Boulder. Most communities just have the permit and start of construction and don't run into issues with that. So that would be the major change. We'd expect with these changes to development review extensions, we'd expect a reduction in the planning board hearings because they wouldn't have it, and reduction in staff time. But really, we think there'd be a lot fewer extensions requested because they do not have to substantially complete a project within 3 years, but rather just have to get the permit and start construction. And I noted this in the hotline post, but we are seeing a significant increase in the requests for extensions as the impacts of the pandemic have impacted construction timelines, and the feasibility of finishing a project within 3 years just is getting less and less feasible. So those are the changes related to development review extensions. I also want to talk about minor amendments. So this is another application related to site reviews. So once a site review is approved, there are 3 ways that you can change that approval: a minor modification, a minor amendment, or a site review amendment. And they kind of increase in complexity as well as level of review. So a minor modification is administrative, minor amendment has a call-up, site review amendment is for more complex major changes. So what we found through what we heard through our applicant stakeholders and also internally is that the existing minor amendment standards were really hard for proposals to meet. And so small projects that would not have much of an impact were actually getting pushed into the full site review amendment. And so that was a major issue that we wanted to identify, or we identified to fix. And so the proposal in the ordinance is we changed the standards for minor amendments and also minor modifications, which is the smaller administrative changes, to make sure that the small changes are falling into those proper buckets, basically, and not having to go through the full site review amendment, which is a much more complex, long, expensive process, and making sure that that minor amendment is really doing what it's intended to do, which is provide kind of a middle path for fairly minor changes, but that are one step larger than a minor modification. And then we cleaned up some language in the ordinance as well. So we think we'll see more, with these changes, we'd see more minor amendments rather than site review amendments, which is good because that reduces the cost significantly for applicants and then also the staff review time and the appointed board time associated with it. Final changes, as we're in the zoning procedure weeds, just a few miscellaneous ones that I want to highlight because these are minor changes, but they add up to a lot of efficiency and flexibility, which is the intent of the project. So related to subdivisions, we've removed a current requirement for planning board notification of lot line eliminations. Related to substitution of use and non-conforming uses, there's some interrelated language that we've just cleaned up that would impact some administrative reviews. Related to city council call-ups in particular, right now you may have noticed on your agenda, you see every so often vacations of utility and drainage easements. And the proposal is to remove that city council call-up and make that just an administrative application reviewed by staff. We've also included a new alternative parking standard option for parking for unlisted uses, so uses that are not in the use table. There was kind of just a missing piece of flexibility for those types of uses that we've put into the code. And then related to both solar exceptions and solar fences, we have some minor tweaks that would increase flexibility and remove potential barriers that we were seeing related to our solar regulations. And then the final one is adding some procedural flexibility for multiple buildings in our RL2 zoning district. And so all of these changes are incorporated in the ordinance, and we think that with those changes, we can reallocate staff time that's currently spent on these items, and that can increase the efficiency of other applications by using that time for other work. It also provides flexibility for applicants. All of these changes would be improvements on the applicant side as well. So we've made it all the way through. And I just have a suggested motion, but I'm happy to take any questions. I know and I do have this summary slide to remind you of all the topics if it's helpful.
All right, Lisa, thanks so much for all of that. Lots of information, packed full. So appreciate all that. Questions for city staff? Tina, then Matt.
Yeah, could you just share a couple of examples of non-residential uses in residential zoning districts?
Sure. So only a few non-residential uses are allowed in residential districts, and almost all of them are only allowed through use review. So things like offices, medical offices. We have several planned unit developments that were approved in the past that are office complexes, basically, but they happen to be in residential districts. And so those were the ones that were triggering that required public hearing.
Okay, thank you. And then is there anything that during this application process, how's the quality of the input of the applications from the applicants? Is it usually pretty high?
That's a great question. So with use reviews, it's often business owners that don't interact with the city, don't ask for permits, multiple times a year. It might be their only time that they interface with the city government. And so they aren't the seasoned applicants that know all of the steps and all of the requirements. And so I would say that those use review applications, especially as we're trying to bring them in for new businesses, can be it can be a little bit more challenging to get all of the application requirements just right in the way that applicants who go through the process many times a year are able to kind of package their application. Did that answer your question?
It does. What kind of supports do we offer to new business owners or people who aren't as familiar with our landscape?
Yeah, we have, we have a full suite of customer service through our Inquire Boulder system. And also we have bookings and hub. I know Brad would probably explain this much better than me, but we have many staff who are devoted to helping people through their application process and helping them get their submittals complete. And so lots of people are working every day to help with that. And then I think there's additional assistance with community vitality and other programs of the city outside of planning and development services that help with new businesses as well.
We also have pre-application, which is cost-free to applicants to submit questions to staff, and if necessary, we actually meet with them to go over the process and next steps.
Okay, thank you. And I really appreciate the way you talked about the timeline. It gives me personally a lot to think about, you know, that when we call something up, it really is quite impactful. And it's just, the way this was framed was great. And it would be a great part of our training as new council people, just to be very thoughtful about the impact we have on new businesses coming into our community. And call-ups are not really the welcome wagon necessarily. So thank you.
Okay. Got Matt, then Nicole.
A welcome wagon. I like that. My question has to do with sort of in the use review and the proposed changes under the minor use review process. Can you explain to me the planning board appeal process and how would that go about in this?
Sure. You mean the member of the public appeal?
Well, it just says can be appealed to planning board.
Yeah.
And so what is that particular process?
Sure. So the code says that any interested person, so anybody, can appeal a decision of staff to the planning board. And then once that happens, the process is essentially the same as if a member of the planning board had called the item up. So it's brought to the planning board for a public hearing. We schedule the public hearing, and then planning board makes the decision. And then from there, it's essentially identical to the call-up process.
So my follow-up is that written in ordinance or our charter?
It's written in the ordinance.
It's written in the ordinance. And how often does that happen?
It's really infrequent.
Okay.
I think I know of one in the last few years. Okay. So yeah, it's not used very often.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Nicole?
Thank you. Thanks so much for the presentation. I just had a quick question about the planning board's desire to have just one planning board member be able to do a call up. Do you have any sense of whether it were two, would it make a difference at all in that 2 to 4 week timeline that you're estimating it will take?
Yeah, that's a great question. So like I mentioned with the data, we've only saw 6 applications actually get called up, and that's with the threshold of 1 planning board member. Oh, his
sorry?
mic. The mic.
Oh, turn it off.
Sorry. Miming. So with just 1 planning board member, we only saw 6 of those applications get called up. So it's not a major issue, like having, a ton of call-ups for no reason, but also the planning board changes. So that's the planning board that we've had in the last 5 years. They haven't exercised their right to call up every single application. That doesn't mean that it wouldn't happen again, but the original staff rationale for why we recommended the change to 2 planning board members is that with the typical Robert's Rules of Order, for anything to happen, you have to have a motion and a second. And so we just thought it was logical that for them to call something up, you would have to have a motion and a second. And for council to call something up, you have to have a majority. So the proposal was to kind of align it with the Robert's Rules of Order with 2, and they did not support that change, so they made a different recommendation.
Thank you so much.
Tara, did you have your hand up? Tara, you're muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not on all the cylinders right now. I did have my hand up. So should we want to reinstitute 2 and go back with your suggestion? Is that something that we can do?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Ryan?
It's a colloquy on this one. I'm trying to just understand the logic then from planning board's perspective, and I'm wondering if part of the reason to have it, for them to ask for it to be just 1, is it because that would sort of be incongruous with a member of the public can also just be 1, and shouldn't the planning board have some greater deference? Or I don't know, could you speak to that?
Yeah, that was part of their conversation, was that if a single member of the public can appeal an item, then from their perspective, it would make sense that a single member of the planning board would be able to call that item up.
Thank you. And so would it be a large monkey wrench to ask to consider we talk about 1 planning board member and 0, eliminating the option of the interested members of the public?
a monkey wrench. I think that it's not something that we focused on with our public engagement, and I would say that that's probably a significant change to the public engagement, the public part of this process, that we'd want to do, more engagement and kind of highlight that change more than we have, because we didn't identify that the appeal process was something that was a barrier or slowing down the process or anything like that. So that's not something we focused on in this project. So I would say that at this point, that change, we'd probably want to hear more from the public about that change, because it impacts their ability to exercise their opinion in these applications.
Thanks. And I have a separate topic, but if it's on this, I'm happy to.
Lauren, you have a colloquy?
Yeah, so if the member of the public brings that up for appeal, you would have that delay. And if there isn't a single member of the planning board who is interested in that hearing, then you're essentially just creating that delay with no hope of any alteration in the outcome. Is that true?
Well, it gives the opportunity for a public hearing. And so by that, the member of the public raising it for a public hearing, then that gives the opportunity to hear from others from the public. Like, it might not just be that one person. And so the planning board would be able to hear more of the community perspective. And I will note that Boulder is fairly rare or unique, and a lot of these applications would actually all come for public hearing in other communities. So the fact that we just bring it as call up or something like that is somewhat more flexible. And so still having that, I think it's important to still have that opportunity for people to appeal.
What about the potential of having, again, because I understand planning board's concern about not wanting to be disempowered below a random community member showing up to a meeting. So what about raising the required number of community members to request an appeal to 2 to sort of match the number of planning board members if we chose to go that direction?
Yeah, there's certainly a number of ways that you could do that. Other communities also have requirements for who can appeal. Like, it has to be an applicant or someone that lives within a certain distance, or, ours is fairly open, that it's any member of the public. And so there are other examples that you could take to add some guardrails into who that appeal is. But one thing also to keep in mind is that the applicant can be one of those members of the public. So increasing it to 2 people when it might just be a single applicant who wants to appeal could be a hindrance for that one person that is an applicant.
But they would also have an opportunity to petition the planning board members. Is that correct? To get them to call something up potentially if they wanted, right? The applicant could?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
I guess I'll just ask, so that this is an interesting thing that we haven't talked about before, but so hear your point about public engagement. Do you feel like if we were potentially interested in raising the threshold from 1 to 2 for a member of the public, do you feel like that's something that might require public engagement as well, or is that more of a targeted change?
I think that would be more of a targeted change. I think totally eliminating the public right to appeal would be a pretty major change.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks. Ryan, you had another question?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, totally shifting gears, thinking about the overall scope of this. How much bigger is the set of things that you may have looked at that's potentially on the horizon or might be available for future consideration? I'm just wondering, did you look at a lot more stuff than just this, or is this really kind of the most of the universe of what you'd considered?
Yeah, I would say that this represents a lot of our most frequent applications. One of the items that's not represented here is our site review process, but we just did a major update to the site review criteria, and so we're hopeful that that will have major or will reduce the timelines for that. And so we're kind of making incremental changes to that process to see how that goes before making changes. But otherwise, this represents the major pain points for both staff and stakeholders that we heard, and does cover the vast majority of our application types.
Thank you. And then a follow-up, and I'm sorry if I missed this, but then does this represent a finality, an end to this process, or are there additional phases of looking at process improvements?
I think to what Brad said at the beginning, I think this is a continuous and ongoing to always be working on processes. And one example that we did recently was the updates to the accessory dwelling unit process, where after a couple of years, after changes, we looked at the data and everything and tried to see what the impacts of those code changes had been. So we did talk about this with planning board about coming back in a couple of years and doing some analysis of, okay, we made those changes, what happened, what other opportunities might there be? So I think continuous process improvement is something we're always going to be working towards. We happen to have had specific direction to make these code changes now, but we're always thinking of ways we can improve.
Okay, great. I think that's it. Thanks for all this, and excited to continue the work.
Thanks.
Very good. Any other less? Yeah, we've got Taisha and Mark. Did you have one too? Okay, Taisha.
Thank you. So I had you actually, Ryan made me think of something that I almost just forgot. What were you talking about? Scheiße.
Continuous process improvements.
Yes, thank you. Yes. I'm telling you, it's almost 9:00. So I know, Brad, I remember during our council retreat, we had a conversation about code changes as a result of the update to the comprehensive plan. And so I was just kind of wondering from that perspective, like, what's the intersection there as far as, is that another kind of opportunity to do some more structural changes based off of the results of that plan? Or, just was curious about that intersection.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Adams. I think there's a couple different answers to that. One is we will always be on the lookout for monitoring and adjusted, as we just referenced. My recollection of that conversation was the comprehensive plan being the vision document, the goal document, and the way we implement that is through codes and through the CIP budget and other things like that. My hope would be if there's a policy shift through the comprehensive plan or before that in other policy undertakings that council may make, that we are really strategic in thinking about what the practical application is in implementing it through code. So in other words, that we now do it through the lens of, okay, there's a code that's needed to make this policy happen. Maybe that's without dispute, but are there 6 different ways we could do it, and which of those has the least impact to the public? Which one is most equitable? Which one is most intuitive? Which one is least cost implicating? So that's really the expectation of how I would see us moving forward and being. I think Carl and Lisa and the rest of the team have done a really good job of giving us a framework to start thinking about when we are bringing new codes forward and the lens through which we give that consideration. Okay.
Is that it? Was it okay? You have a colloquy? No. Okay, Mark, and then Marlon.
Just one quick question. With so many processes being moved online, does there remain any sort of walk-in capability, office hours where you can go in, sit for 15 minutes and get a simple question answered?
I'll go ahead and take that. Thank you, Councilmember Wallach. That really gets to the first set of things I alluded to as far as administrative improvements. That's been a longer row and continuous improvement. We are scheduled to bring you an overview of that in the future, but a short response to that is that we've had walk-in capability for over a year now, 2 years now actually. That took a while to socialize. A lot of people didn't know that, and we also learned that some of the communication about that could be improved. So we've done that since.
Okay.
But I want to be clear too that it is a shift in terms of the model. The model was there's always somebody there to answer every question of every complexity. What are the studies that took place 4 and 5 years ago found is we had a lot of expensive people sitting around answering that one question that would come in, or conversely, we had people who were staff who were expected to know everything about everything, And it turns out that's impossible. So they would get incomplete answers or wrong answers or things like that. So that's why there was a big shift in the model. And what really drove that home for me, council member, is the recollection that I used to be able to go into a bank and meet with the non-teller staff for a new checking account or whatever, and you'd kind of just walk in and do that. And I discovered here post-COVID that the world doesn't work that way anymore. You have to make an appointment, and that's very similar to our model right now. People can call in and get routed to generally a fairly quick answer. People can use Inquire Boulder, which is basically a web-based, or the email equivalent of that. People can visit the service hub. We're going to do a lot of hands-on helping them get to the right resource to make an application or answer a question. But sometimes it is an appointment, and we have those available with no more than a week time, and at times people, a variety of times that people can pick from. So we'll elaborate on this a lot more when we come forward with an overview of all that. But that's kind of the short version.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Lauren?
Thank you. First, I wanted to kind of follow up with some of the questions Mark was asking. One of the things, Brad, when you come back that would be great to know is what kind of the utilization of the walk-in services is looking like. Mm-hmm. I know that you've said you've sort of stepped up communication about how that works. I haven't seen that in my professional life, mm-hmm. So I question what the reach of that has been and whether people really are aware of the changes.
Yeah, we'll be happy to bring that forward. I will just very quickly note that in some cases it is level or even less, because we're seeing successful diversion where people are able to say, oh, okay, I got the answer this other way, thank you, and that was better than me coming in. So, but we've got statistics and all that we'll share with you. Okay. And including the pinch points still. We are still working on it, to be sure.
Okay. I mean, we just get quite a few comments saying we would love walk-in services and being able to talk to a real human being. And yeah.
I understand.
And then my other question was related to the hotline Aaron put out about non-residential, allowing non-residential in residential zoning districts. And I was just interested in having staff respond to that. I know we got a community concern around noise and needing to be able to monitor those kinds of things. And if you could just speak to that, that would be great.
Sure. So that's in relation to that minor use review process. And as I mentioned, we talked to planning board about it. We brought an initial recommendation or kind of a thought, like how could we approach these straightforward use review applications that are going into existing spaces? They're not having any site changes. Maybe it's a restaurant going into a retail space. You wouldn't even know from the outside. And they were concerned that we do have some districts that have requirements like for ground floor non-residential uses. And so we kind of talked through some scenarios where that could be kind of used as a loophole for people to get spaces in originally with the main use review and then use the minor use review process to kind of change the use. And so we thought through that, and then in thinking through that, we added some limitations to the minor use review. So, and thinking about the overall goal is kind of that tenant change out. And so focused it on non-residential uses, the non-residential zoning districts, and then the no site changes. And the idea with the non-residential zoning districts is that right now we're at a spot in the code where a non-residential use in a residential zoning district automatically requires a public hearing. So that's kind of the highest threshold for a use review. And so the changes that we're proposing would remove that automatic use review. And so it's taking it kind of like one step down. So the thought process was that it was incremental changes. So rather than going all the way to minor use review in residential zoning districts, it would be one step more flexible. But I think based on the hotline discussion, I think that we do have that limitation where it has to go into existing non-residential space. And remember that it is still a use review, and so there's still the criteria about compatibility and all of the more detailed level of review that staff would be doing with the minor use review, and can put standards and conditions, and there's neighborhood notification, so neighbors would be notified and be able to contact staff with any concerns. So I think that with that limitation that it's going into existing non-residential space, there probably wouldn't be major issues, but it is something to consider that it's kind of a larger incremental step than the original proposal.
And I'll just add, relative to the public comment we received, it's still a use review application that has public notice. So if there were concerns about noise or other impacts, the person could still appeal that application to planning board.
Thanks for that answer. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. So why don't we go ahead and go to the public hearing? We've got 3 people signed up to speak, 2 in person and 1 virtual. Each of you will get 3 minutes to speak. And our in-person speakers are Jonathan Singer and Lynn Siegel. Jonathan, come on down.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of Council, I'm Jonathan Singer, Senior Director of Policy Programs at the Boulder Chamber. Before I begin, I just wanted to thank Carl, Lisa, Brad, and the entire Planning and Development Services staff for truly yeoman's work that they put together. You saw in the presentation, almost no stone was left unturned. This was serious, in-depth work with a high degree of engagement, and we genuinely appreciate the work. The second thing I want to point out is hopefully all of you received letters from Downtown Boulder Partnership as well as Better Boulder. I will not repeat their comments because those comments are reflected in the record there, but the Boulder Chamber fully supports those comments as well. There's always ample time to look at details, just not at 8:30 at night. But my hope is that if there's one message here, it's thank you for the work that you've done. If there's 2 messages here, it's keep going. Keep going. There are additional processes where we can look at small projects to get rid of certain reasons to do things unless there's a public safety issue. We can look at moving certain inconsistencies. For example, one group brought up there was a fire department regulation conflicting with a utilities regulation. Staff should be able to be more hands-on to help applicants figure those things out, not put the onus on the applicants. And when we talk about, or when you talk about having more of that face-to-face contact, we would love to see that. We appreciate what's happening right now, but we would love to see that. And just a response to the call-up procedure, whether it's 1, whether it's 2, I hope the council also considers criteria. You know, what are the criteria on the call-up? It would just be interesting to talk about? If so, maybe 8:30 at night on a Thursday night when the Boston Celtics are playing in the finals is not the best time for that. But maybe it is important to take a look at those things in context. Whether it's 1 or whether it's 2, I think the what and the how are incredibly important to consider. I also, once again, just want to effusively thank Planning and Development staff for the process improvements that they've engaged in without what we're seeing here today. The speed at which things are getting processed, greatly improved. If you weren't at the Downtown Boulder Partnerships town hall that they hosted just about a month ago, we had one community member said, somebody cares. Somebody cares. And that somebody is a lot of people actually in this room right now. And so I want to thank once again the staff for that. Faith without function doesn't work. Function without faith doesn't work. There's function and faith will follow. And that will create an efficient service system that will respond to the needs of our entire community. So thank you. Please support this. And I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Our other in-person speaker is Lynn Siegel.
And form follows function. What we need in Boulder in response to use review profile going faster is to leverage this with reasonable growth. We are far away from reasonable growth in Boulder. That's why we have this problem. So, I've counted 20 different major high volume units of rental apartment buildings going up all around town. I generally support what's your name again? Lisa, right, what Lisa is doing. Love Lisa. Good work. However, she's just doing her job, and you're the ones that direct her, and we need to stop already. This is ridiculous. You weren't around, Matt, when East Point, got redeveloped into unaffordable housing. And the contrast that we have now is so extreme in the wealth disparity of this community. And that is a poor reflection on Boulder. I mean, pretty soon, with open studios, with our gallery being closed, I have to commute out to Niwot if I want to go to an art thing. I'm out commuting now for what should be in my community in the 15-minute neighborhoods that Lisa's working on, right? So, I agree with what Lisa's doing, basically, but it needs to be tempered with these 20 developments of multi-unit, the Geological Society, just bigger, more, 4 levels. Everywhere I go, I'm in the shade now, but not for the right reasons on my bike, right? The shade from all the buildings. So please, do the right thing. Manage the population. Make this community thrive the real way, not thrive vegan restaurant with 8 high-end condos across from Boulder High. It's every corner we're looking at. You'll open your eyes. I know because I go to planning board meetings, and I know there's 3 going out. There's 1 across from King Soopers and Gun Barrel. There's 2 more at Celestial Seasons. There's the GSA. As far as the eye can see.
Your time's up, but thank you. And our one virtual speaker is Elizabeth Patterson.
Good evening. I'm Elizabeth Patterson, Executive Director for Better Boulder. Better Boulder supports approving this ordinance. We recognize the outstanding work of Brad, Carl, and Lisa and all of their team. Speaking for an organization that submits recommendations regularly to Council, a streamlined, consistent, and easily navigable process has been on the top of our wish list for years. We see real progress towards the goal of timely resolution of issues and removal of impediments that delay the much-needed housing for which we advocate. There's a lot to like here. We look forward to reduced use review for commercial and housing projects. Increased speed and predictable timing will reap tangible benefits for residents and businesses and will help avoid carrying costs for long lead times. Better Boulder does support requiring 2 planning board members to initiate a call-up. We submitted a detailed letter earlier today, which included a look at future changes, which we will circle back on. But tonight, we are happily asking for the approval of this ordinance. Thanks for this and for all you do, and have a good night.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to City Council. I'll just make a note to my colleagues that we are a bit behind on our schedule, so I'm hoping our remaining discussions can be pretty efficient. So what I'm going to suggest for this is, I know I had put a possible change out on the hotline. People might have 1 or 2 others, perhaps. Maybe we can move through those proposed changes, straw poll to see if they have support, and then go towards a vote on the ordinance as a whole. Does that work out? Okay. And if people don't mind, since I had mine out on hotline last night, maybe I can start there. Lauren referenced it in her question. So just briefly, the existing proposal is to create these minor use reviews in the specific circumstance where applications meet all the following criteria: that it's a non-residential use, replacing existing non-residential space with no site changes, and in a zoning district that is not residential. And my proposal is just to remove that last criteria, so that if it met those first three criteria, that it could be in a zoning district that's residential or non-residential. And just briefly, the reason for that is just to increase flexibility and timing for our small businesses. I did hear a story of a beauty salon that wanted to locate where a chiropractor had been in a residential district and decided to just not even apply because they didn't want to go through the expense and the time of the full use review. And then we did hear per Tina's question that there are only very limited uses that are allowed in residential zones that are non-residential, so there are guardrails there as well. So that's my pitch. People are welcome to add a comment, or I can just go to a straw poll. Okay, so not seeing any. And Nicole and Tara, do you mind coming out on camera? Great, thanks that I can see your hands. So I'm all in favor of this proposed change. I got, looks like unanimous. Okay, so we'll move forward with that one. Thanks for the consideration. Anyone else want to offer a suggestion? Yes, Lauren.
I really appreciated staff's recommendation to align planning board procedure more with Robert's Rules of Order by requiring 2 planning board members to call up an item. And I think it would make sense to align the sort of interested person's appeal process to be the same and require 2 community members for that appeals process as well.
So a suggestion to increase both the number of planning board members, the number of interested parties to 2 from the current 1. Any comments or question or? Yep.
I just have a question on that. Since the applicant could be one of those individuals, I'm wondering, do we want to create an exemption just that the applicant could only the applicant could then singly appeal without a second? Because it would just seem a little odd that the applicant would have to go shop in the community for someone to join them when the applicant is sort of uniquely impacted by the decision. And so, I mean, and the fact that the applicant is even considered just any other person in this process is odd to begin with unto itself. So it seems like we would be correcting the original wrong, more or less. So I'm just wondering if you'd be open to that so that they're not having to shop for some random person.
Do you mind have a thought on that? I would just say, Matt, to maybe keep things simpler, an applicant is very rarely one individual, but often either a couple or a small business, or it seems like it would be very likely that they'd be able to grab another person to chime in on that.
Could I jump in there?
Yes, please.
The
Erin.
ordinance actually calls out applicant separately from interested person. So
okay.
applicant can do it on their own, even if you move to 2 interested persons.
Your idea was so good, it was already implemented. If any other things to say on that, if not, we can straw poll it. All in favor of that proposal. I got unanimous. Very good. Anything else? Not seeing anything else. Maybe somebody would like to put a motion on the table. Lauren.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt ordinance 862, amending Title IX land use.
8622.
8622, I'm a little dyslexic, sorry. Title IX Land Use Code, BRC 1981, to simplify certain development review processes and changing the number of planning board members from 1 to 2 for a call-up, and changing the number of interested persons to appeal from 1 to 2, where referenced in Title IX. Changing 9-2-15I to remove proposed in a zoning district other than a residential district from the first sentence, and setting forth related details.
Can I offer one small change? That it be a motion to amend and pass on second reading versus adopt, because this will kick it over to third reading.
Do I have to read it all again?
No, if you'd like to accept that.
I would like to accept that modification.
I'll second that. Would you like to speak to your motion, Lauren?
I really appreciate all these changes that staff brought forward. I love how into the details you got on this, and like has been mentioned by others, we sort of welcome this and also continued feedback about how we can continue to make these processes more straightforward so that we get the outcomes that we want for our community, and don't create unnecessary burden. So thank you for that, and thank you for colleagues for being interested in making some last minute amendments to this. I think they're all really great.
Well, I'll call on myself as a seconder and echo that. And just to say, staff, this is extraordinary work, just absolutely top notch. I mean, we're maybe, a year and a half into this discovery of improvements, and you brought us 2 full suites ahead of time. And the use review changes, or the use table changes. And then this one, when I got it, I was amazed by the amount of detail and the depth of thinking that had gone into this, and how you really did find every nook and cranny where we could improve the process and improve applicant situations and affordability and timeline, but only in ways that still retain the safeguards on incompatible uses and negative outcomes. So we're leaving more in staff's hands, but your hands are very, very able. And I trust that, for example, with the minor use review process, that you'll go through the criteria and make sure that people adhere to them carefully. So in part, we're trusting your amazing work because it is so high quality. But as Nuria mentioned earlier, I am also giddy with excitement.
I sense shared giddiness all
right?
around.
So just thank you so much for this, and continue, as I know you're doing this to look for other opportunities, but this is a huge positive step forward. So just really grateful for all the work. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'll start the roll call for Ordinance 8622 with Councilmember Wallach.
Yes.
Weiner.
A very excited yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Marquis.
Yes.
Shuhard.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Spear.
Yes.
Ordinance 8622 is hereby amended and passed as amended and held over for third reading.
All right. Thanks again, everyone. All right, Elisha, can we go to our item 8A, please?
Yes, sir. Our item 8 are matters from the mayor and members of council. Item 8A is the National Civic League Better Public Meetings Recommendation Discussion.
Okay, I think we're going to start with Matt here, as this is a matter from mayor and members of council, and I know you've been working hard on this, Matt.
Appreciate it, and thanks for Tara joining us virtually on this. This is some work that, as we've reported to council before, was really sort of sparked by a partnership with the National Civic League and their Center for Democracy Innovation. And through that grant and partnership, we really looked at, and you'll see it in the memo, we really looked at ways in which we can improve our engagement directly with council, really stemming from what we've heard as regular concerns, if not outright complaints, that when we hear from community in this setting, we're hearing from community at the 11th hour, moments before we make a decision. And that sometimes, or oftentimes, community feels like that decision that process is pro forma and not in the interest of wanting to hear from community, because in large part the decision's already been made. And so in response to that sort of understanding from community, we've been working with this process with the National Civic League to figure out how can we do better engagement and how can we work with community in a way further upstream of those decisions, in order to make sure that even if a decision doesn't go a particular community member's way, that they can come out of that still feeling heard and validated. And that's really critical. When things go particular groups' way, of course, they feel like the process worked for them. But when it doesn't go their way, they feel like the process maybe failed them. And so we want to make sure that we can do better. And that's really the core of this work. And in particular, where we came to this sort of community study session pilot. So that's really sort of an overview of how we got here. And I'll turn it over to Ryan to sort of go through the nuts and bolts of that. And certainly, council, if there's any questions you have, myself and Tara can certainly answer how we arrived at some of those decisions through your input, as well as Ryan. And so take it away.
Well, if you can hold 1 second. Thanks for that, Matt. Well explained. Just, we do have our 9-ish time check-in. So just a reminder to everybody, we are a little bit behind schedule. This is scheduled for 60 minutes. Maybe we could get it done faster. We'll see. And with that, Ryan, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure thing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Council, and good evening. My name is Ryan Hanchin, he, him, and I serve the people of Boulder as Community Engagement Manager. And I'm honored to serve this subcommittee, the Council Subcommittee on Engagement and a Welcoming Council Environment, in bringing this recommendation forward this morning. So thank you, Matt, for that framing. If we can pull up the slides, we'll have a bit on our agenda coming up.
Were you running them? Oh, okay. All right.
Beautiful, thank you. On to the next slide, just a bit about our agenda. I want to make sure we begin with the council input that's requested this evening, share a brief bit of background before we get into the objectives and overview of the pilot. We'll turn to council questions and discussion before we come back to that council input requested. Thank you, and next slide. Reflecting meaningful community engagement practices, I want to make sure we begin with the input that's requested of council this evening. First, does council agree that we should move forward with this pilot of community study sessions this fall? And if yes, does council have additional feedback on this topic, elements, or procedures? The next slide, please. Just want to ground us a bit in the city's approach to community engagement and share a little context before diving into the recommendation. And reaffirming that the City of Boulder recognizes that local government makes better decisions and creates more responsive programs and services when the community it serves has a meaningful voice. And to support this approach, the city is strengthening a culture of meaningful engagement that is inclusive, consistent, transparent for our community. Next slide, please. And please know that, as Councilmember Benjamin mentioned, these recommendations really reflect our partnership with the NCL Center for Democracy Innovation and the Better Public Meetings Project. And we've been working together with them last fall, and the final report is up on the city's website. And this really focuses on two of their highest recommendations: being heard and transparency of decision making, as well as interactions with elected officials at council meetings and public comment. On the next slide, please. You recall we shared a high-level overview of this proposal at the council retreat, and we're bringing further details tonight. So starting with the objectives, right? We want to make sure that this is increasing opportunity for meaningful engagement by responding to community desire to engage on council decisions sooner in the decision-making process. And we want to strengthen that decision-making process by hearing diverse community perspectives from individuals and organizations who share valuable input with council that may shape those projects and outcomes. Next slide, we dive a bit deeper and look at community participants. And the council subcommittee and staff recommend 10 community participants that we selected through a random lottery. We wanted to be sure to have specific outreach to communities and organizations who are most impacted by this topic. And having a robust communication plan in place, we can make sure to increase the invitations of folks to participate in this. I think there's also the opportunity for, given the topic, for community connectors and residents to give feedback ahead of time and could be included in the staff presentation. The sign up would look similar to open comment and public hearing, and then you'll see a number of specific prompts up on the screen that we really encourage to channel community input into kind of the most productive and most on point feedback. And so these touch on lived experience, touch on clarifying questions, recommendations they have, or things for council to consider during the decision-making process. On the next slide, please, we'll look at recommended implementation. Subcommittee and staff recommend, let's look at one community study session this year. We do have that support from the National Civic League continuing through the end of this calendar year. So tentatively looking at a fall study session with additional sessions could be planned for 2025. We do recommend that these would be in-person sessions, which would be different than current study sessions, where council and community and staff could be seated on the same physical level and have a bit of a better position to begin that dialogue together. And then we want to make sure that we're doing a thorough evaluation of the pilot, and so would look to hear council's perspective on the sessions as well as community participants on the sessions. And then also mentioning that budgetary impacts to the city organization are minimal. This would require staff time, and we believe that can be included into existing work plans. On the next slide, please, we have a recommended topic. The subcommittee and staff do recommend one topic per study session. This would be a change from two to give a bit more time for that dialogue back and forth. And thinking about ideal topics, would really be early in that council decision-making process, would have a high level of interest of community and still be accessible enough of a topic. One that is under consideration is really looking at a recommendation to have economic development plan be a topic that is tentatively scheduled for September this year, and really aligning with some of the existing council priorities as well as the above criteria. On the next slide, please, a bit about the recommended format. We wanted to make sure to begin with a suspension of council meeting rules because it'd be different than ordinary study session. CAO would provide that language necessary. We would want to give a bit of context about the agenda and the process, and then really opening it up for community participants to share a bit about their lived experience, and council may ask clarifying questions. We'd have the staff presentation of topic as usual with 30 minutes there before we dive into community participant questions, curiosity, things that are coming up for them. Again, we have those specific prompts to guide that input. Opening up for clarifying questions from council to staff, and then continuing with comments both from community participants and council. Before we move to closing, making sure to summarize and talk through some of those next steps. And moving on to the next slide, I'm thrilled that we have our colleague and our partner in this work, Nick Vlahos, who has joined us from the National Civic League Center for Democracy Innovation, and wanted to share a few thoughts on their perspective on this specific proposal. So Nick, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you for being here.
Great, thanks for having me. Apologies for the delay. It seems that my internet connection might be a little bit shaky, so do let me know if you're not hearing me. So I'm Nick Vlahos. I'm the Deputy Director at the Center for Democracy Innovation at the National Civic League. I work very closely with folks that you're familiar with, Benita Duran and Matt Leiniger, calling from Denver in preparation of the All-America Cities Awards. And so congrats, by the way, for being a finalist, and I'm sure I'll see several of you starting tomorrow. So our team has been working on the Democracy Innovations for Better Public Meetings project for several months, and we've provided several recommendations to the council to consider. We're delighted to see the current proposal on the table for official consideration. I'd like to give a shout out to the council members and staff that we've been working closely with, who've been a delight to interact with and championing this work to engage the public in innovative ways, which includes but not limited to Rachel Friend, Matt Benjamin, Tara Weiner, Sarah Huntley, Ryan Hansen, and of course other members of the community that we've engaged with over the course of several months. We started this project with a goal in mind, which is to help communities establish new ways to build relationships with constituents and community members by working specifically on opportunities to engage the public during official meetings. So in the democracy innovation world, this niche world that I'm a part of, there are really interesting things that are taking place, but none of which that involve public interactions with elected officials during official meetings. So outside of these meetings, absolutely, but within actual legislative processes, no. So this makes the project a unique one, especially in the United States. It's somewhat uncharted territory. So to see the current measured proposal before us seek to open study sessions to public participation, I think marks a milestone and a great opportunity for not only the community, but for us to learn and even the world. I mean, I constantly write about this and amplify this work. And so I'll be sure to be sharing this with the broader community and practitioners in this space. So to our knowledge, we haven't come across other cities beyond this project that have attempted to make an official meeting more participatory during actual sessions. So this is just a congrats from myself, and we hope to continue to support the work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nick, for being here and for sharing perspective. We appreciate your feedback and thoughts there. On the next slide, we'll come back to the input requested of council, and I'll turn it back to Councilmember Benjamin for council questions and discussion. Thank you.
Are we back to Matt, did you say?
Or maybe that is back to Mayor Brackett to facilitate the council questions and discussion.
It's your role to facilitate the conversation. I can answer questions.
Okay, no, I thought you were meant Matt had additional things to throw. Here, we'll go to questions. Council questions for Ryan, Matt, Nick, or anyone else. And Nick, by the way, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate your input and having you here. Taisha.
Thank you so much. I did have a question. Again, these are questions, not comments, right? I'm getting better.
This is questions, yeah.
All right. So I was curious if and in what ways the community connectors informed this work, particularly the proposed pilot. Again, it's great to have national partners, some of whom actually live in our community, and I'm much more interested in community-led, community-driven. So I'm curious about just the level of community engagement in this pilot proposal. So that's one question. The other was outside of community connectors specifically, at the feedback session that we had in East Boulder. The feedback session we had in East Boulder. Okay. Because some people look at me like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I know you remember because you were there and you're presenting. And so one of the things that came up in that conversation was, or rather that was clarified, was the scope of this project focused on those who already come to meetings but weren't necessarily as engaged or involved in the meetings. This is something that was raised at that meeting, and that there was an interest to make sure that we are also engaging people who typically don't come to the meeting at all. And so I was curious to that point if there was any additional outreach made with those constituent groups and representatives to ensure that those voices of people who don't participate at all were included in this and informed the pilot.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And to come back to kind of the formation of that final report from National Civic League and Center for Democracy Innovation was twofold. They did have a very specific scorecard that people who were participating in council meetings did participate and shared their feedback. And they also had a civic infrastructure scan. And that consisted of many different interviews, conversations, kind of reviewing materials, reviewing past engagement. And we did specifically include a number of community connectors in those in-depth interviews to inform those recommendations in the first place. And while community connectors haven't given specific feedback on this exact proposal, I think they would be open to seeing that increased dialogue and opportunity to have back and forth and conversations with City Council.
I'll add one other thing from that from that meeting. There was a specific comment you're referring to from Ana Fernandez from EFA. And so Ryan, myself, and Tara have been continuing to talk with Anna with regards to trying to set up an actual conversation specifically centered around EFA and the folks that they serve, and hearing more acutely as to what are those barriers for engagement, but at a much more foundational level, let alone getting into this room, but how are we engaging them in a much grander sense and building those pathways of trust, because it's going to require building that long before they show up to the dais. And so that's where that conversation is sparking from, and we're in the process of getting that scheduled and coordinated and location, making sure everyone's comfortable to participate in that.
Okay. And I guess I'm just, again, the questions are really, because I didn't necessarily see that additional piece around the community connectors and their level of engagement and involvement. And just in general, like, as we're doing this work, I'm hopeful that we move in that direction. So thank you. That was my only question.
Okay, thanks, Taisha. I got Nicole, and then Tina.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions about this, and thanks so much for the presentation and all the work that's gone into it. One is that I think one of the things I'm struggling with is just trying to understand what success looks like for this project. And it feels like, you know, it's kind of work for us, and there's something that's going to come out of it, but I don't entirely know what that is. It sounds like it's really exciting that, you know, we're one of the first to do something like this in the country. But I'm just wondering, you know, beyond being the first to do something, what are we expecting to see? What is success? How do you define that for this project? And how will we know if it's been successful after this pilot?
Sure, thank you. And I think coming back to the objectives that we shared earlier, I think part of that success is ensuring that, you know, we're thinking about how community has more meaningful voice. And so I'm really curious to see how we can make sure that we have some capturing of that initial conversation, of that lived experience that we hear, some things that we're making sure that we can follow through towards the end of that decision, and seeing how that did shift things, how that did shape, how that did influence, how that process moves forward. Excuse me. I think we're also really eager to hear from community members during this process about what council should consider and who are organizations or communities we want to make sure that we're hearing from. And so I think that community engagement process from that point, you know, would be altered, and we'd want to make sure that we're reflecting what we're hearing from community.
You're muted, Nicole.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I didn't quite hit the button right. So given that, you know, we already have, we've been doing a lot of work around engagement and trying to engage people who don't typically come to us for quite some time now. Do we have a basis for comparison so that we can see, is this mechanism doing a better job of getting different people here, of, you know, generating different conversations than we would have if we were continuing with our other engagement mechanisms? Basically, do we have a comparison group as we're thinking about success?
Interesting. I'm trying to think of what that comparison group is, and I'm also thinking through, you know, the evaluation prompts that we can have in there about if it is their first time that's being part of a council meeting, you know, their level of confidence in participating in that session if it is their first. I'll have to think and chat with the team about kind of what that comparison group may be. I'm not thinking about that top of mind.
Nicole, I'll just add to that. We have the infrastructure scan, and that provides a very detailed baseline from where various groups and people in community evaluated where we're currently at. And so I think it would be appropriate to assume that after we do this from some time, we repeat that scan and in many ways re-engage those folks and see, do we have marked difference? Do we have it or not? And I think those are ways in which we evaluate, but we do have a decent baseline from which we can evaluate some success going forward. Are we engaging people, and is that engagement more meaningful here in the dais? And I think that baseline can help us. It's not perfect, but I think it's a good starting point.
And sorry, Matt, just to make sure that I'm following, which group you're referring to. Are you referring to the surveys that we were doing for a while of the people who came to council meetings and participated that way, or is there a different baseline?
No, that is the infrastructure
Sorry,
scan.
Jim.
That was part of it, not complete, right? That was just when we were surveying people after they participated in this meeting. But in that scan were specific interviews of individuals of various groups, including community connectors. And so there's the whole body of work as part of the scan that can be used as both a baseline in sort of the formative and formal assessment tools.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And sorry, just that triggered one more question. With that, I think that was a fairly large effort. Is that the kind of thing where we wanted to go back? If we wanted to go back and do it again, would that require funding in order to do that?
I think that there are ways that we could come back to a sample of those interviews. I think we could certainly reach out and have some of those conversations. I do think it's helpful to have a third party having those conversations, so it's not directly city staff or city council. And so I wonder if there's other organizations, or if that's a contract with NCL perhaps. But I think looking into how we come back to those interviews and seeing what's changed over time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Nick, we're looking at you.
Absolutely.
Okay, I got Tina and then Ryan and then Tara.
Yeah, so just on the process piece of it, would this replace a study session entirely?
Correct. We would plan to have the evening of the study session be one topic only, and would be taking that 180 minutes for that whole time.
And then any subsequent change would then have a public comment attached to it. That would, so if the study session then resulted in an ordinance or a funding initiative or something we vote on, we would then have public comment at that point in addition to this. Is that correct?
Yes. So under your rules at a study session, you can't vote. So you would discuss and then have some official action at a regular meeting.
Okay. And I appreciate all this work and this idea of bringing more dialogue into the council chambers is really interesting. I have some concerns about the selection process for the participants. And it gets to this idea of who gets to speak and who doesn't get to speak. And 10 is a very small number in an active community. But I also see with the 3-minute introductions and the comments that over 10 would be extraordinarily long, and we've given a lot of feedback about shorter meetings, if anything. And we are suggesting a random lottery. Do we feel that there needs to be any specific criteria, or would we not exclude on the lottery?
Do you mind if I...
And who would make the criteria?
Do you mind if I add on to that question?
Yeah.
And also, would we rebalance? If 150 people applied and somehow we pulled out 10 people who all identified as male, that wouldn't be fully representative of our community. But with only a 10-person sample, you might get skews like that. So that's another one I'm wondering about.
My understanding is that our city attorney, Teresa Taylor Tate, has recommended the lottery system be a full lottery system. So I think maybe another option would be to add people with particular lived experience or expertise, possibly in another manner. And what I'm thinking about is when we've had affordable housing conversations and we've invited special guests like BHP or Thistle, who have almost more of an educational role to provide to council versus feedback. So I think maybe there are some options to be looked at. But that's the advice that I believe has been given thus far.
Okay. And then I have a question about, is the names of the people participating in the study session, are they made public? And I will admit I'm a little worried that they might be approached by advocates in the community prior to the study session? Would there be some idea that we would attempt to make sure that the individuals looking to participate feel safe going in and are not overly lobbied, I guess, prior to showing? Or do we think it probably wouldn't be like that?
My understanding is it would not be like that, and I looked to the city clerk's office for correction, but I think those lists are not necessarily public at a time, and so I think those lists of participants would be similar to open comment or public hearing.
Can I just add to that? In the conversation in our committee, we were pretty deliberate in that in the process, and so the jury is still out on the hybridization of how we get people, because I think it'd probably be, we don't want a repeat of every other public and open comment. Like, we need to make this different, and so having that intentional set of speakers is core to at least the work Tara and I are trying to do with the committee. So we're going to find a way to do that. But I think back to your question. What's really critical for us is that because once people are getting selected, we want to make sure that they're well prepared to have this conversation and study session. And so the goal is that staff will reach out to them early on. And so we will have a process that starts a little bit earlier than perhaps our regular public testimony, where they have to sign up a little bit earlier so that staff can say, hey, here's the agenda, here's the memo. Like, be prepared with the materials that you come in and you sort of know what's going on, versus sort of showing up blind and hoping they read. We want that to be a more informed conversation. But that's a dialogue between staff and the individuals. How it gets posted would be deferred to the city clerk's office, but we would be doing more front end work to get them ready to go.
And then, and I guess this is for Matt and Tara and Ryan, do we view this more as a listening session or the formation of a direction with this subset of people?
I think we have designed it as more than a listening session. And in that format, making sure that there's some back and forth, that there's time for curiosity, that there's some questions, but that it's right, not another moment where it's sort of one-sided community speaking to council, but that there's some back and forth and some dialogue and some questions there.
And I think it's important in thinking about this proposal to appreciate that there'll be an expectation that the voice of this group of 10 people is represented in the direction we choose. And it will be an interesting process, I think, for us to balance.
Questions.
Oh, is that, okay. Sorry, that was a question. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Yeah, sure. Ryan, Tara, Mark, Lauren.
Excuse me. Thank you, Ryan, Nick, council member colleagues, and everybody for all the work on this. So I'm a big fan of innovation. We need more shots on goal to try and learn things. I also think it's important that we're structured when we do innovation and think about the overall balance of what we're trying to achieve. And so I guess I want to ask a question about the possible opportunity costs of doing this. So I suppose when I think about some of the goals I would imagine we'd have around public engagement with meetings, one big area of that is bringing more people into our process that we just don't hear from. And I guess I'd just love to hear how this might fit into a wider set of goals that could include that sort of effort, and then maybe just talk about, does this get in the way of that in any way? Are we spending resources on this at the expense of that, or not? Thank you.
Sure, thank you for the question. I do think that this would strengthen any existing engagement process that a specific topic would have. Right, and immediately we'd be bringing in 10 individuals at the very beginning of the process, where typically that study session would be 0 community members, and I think that as we really look at the feedback that folks have about who are communities that we want to make sure that we're engaging, who are those organizations, who do we want to hear from throughout that process, that will help to strengthen community engagement kind of throughout the whole engagement process. Thank you.
Tara?
I actually only have a comment, so I will wait till the comments.
Okay. Finish out our questions, Mark, and then Lauren.
Am I correct that this will, in effect, cut our capacity for study sessions in half if we do this? Now we're only having one topic per study session.
Well, this is proposed as, excuse me, proposed as a pilot.
Okay.
And so, for one community study session this fall, yes, that would shift one topic to another evening for a study session.
Okay, thank you.
Can I clarify on that a little for you, Mark? This community study session would not be, if successful, replacing all study sessions going forward. It would be just for very select topics where this type of engagement would be of great benefit. We would implement a community study session format.
And how would we determine which projects meet that criteria?
I think that's part of the exploration. I think that's part of why we have an initial topic that's going to be economic development plan, to kind of see how does that resonate. Are there topics that are too big in scope to have this conversation, or some that are too narrow? And is there a sweet spot of the type of topics where this type of format serves greatest benefit? And I think that's part of the exploration we'll go to. And it's also an important conversation for all of us to have as we go through regular work planning process, be it retreat or mid-year, and sort of define what those topics may be with consultation with staff and such. But that's an evolution for us to undertake.
Thank you.
Lauren?
I was wondering if we could, or if there had been thought given to having a higher number of participants and maybe break out into smaller groups for a larger portion of the meeting. I think it's hard for 10 people to be anywhere near a representative sample of any group in our community. And I also, this is just bringing me back to the good old days of boards and commissions interviews, where all 9 council members would simultaneously interview 9 applicants. And while an interview is different than a discussion, it just made me think about how distant and kind of alienating that process is. I mean, even as we sit up here and try to all give feedback on something, it just takes a tremendous amount of time for us to each participate. And so I feel like smaller groups would be helpful in making sort of the sense of community stronger in a way.
So your question is whether they've considered larger numbers of people?
And smaller groups.
Smaller groups.
So yes, we actually considered a wide range of numbers of people, and with regards to smaller groups. Now, keep in mind, one of the recommendations from the National Civic League was to use deliberative dialogue types of formats and settings. In fact, that's what we did when we had our town hall that was over at the OSMP hub, was to sort of use that deliberative dialogue format in a breakout form. And so what we settled, and the reason we settled on 10 was, and this goes to Tina's point, if we the more people, it's really a question of quantity or quality. The more people you have, the less you hear from them, because you can't fit it all in. And so it begs the question of, do we want to have a more deeper conversation with fewer, or do we want to have just 2 minutes from everybody and then that's it? And so we wanted to strike a balance that, given the structure of having to go through the staff presentation and have different segments of Q&A and curiosity, that 10 people allowed us to hear from those folks and have 3 different times of engagement, where their time here would be well rewarded with some thorough discussion and engagement with council, not, hey, come to a study session, here's your 2 minutes and be on your way, which is what we currently do. So it was meant to be different. And the reason we didn't do deliberative dialogue was mostly because we were stuck with logistically how to actually execute that here in this space, and having the people and the resources to facilitate those breakouts. And so that may be an eventual evolution, and that's been a conversation we've had with National Civic League, but I think this is an initial step, and then if it's successful, maybe building on that deliberative dialogue, maybe a next phase of that. But we thought phase 1 would be sort of this first, and we'd grow to that. So there was some thought that went into that, and those whether you agree or not, those are the reasons we sort of settled here.
Does that cover you? And did you have another question?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I also am curious about, how does this work potentially, or could this work potentially support some of the the Boulder Valley Comp Plan update? So again, I know that the team, that the staff is already working on the process for engagement on that plan, it seems like a great opportunity to try some different ways and mechanisms of engagement. You've got something that's tangible, that's real, and it still works with the first topic of economic, right? And so, for me, I'm always thinking, to Ryan's earlier point, how does this one leaf on the engagement tree, right, connect with the branches, the trunk, and the root systems of engagement and meaningful engagement across the board? And so I'm assuming we're on comment section. So
No, we're in
that's really my
questions.
question is, do you see, was there conversation about some of these strategies being used as a part of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan update? And that's just my
And maybe a
primary
quick
question. I
answer
see
to
Sarah
that.
over there. Thank you.
The quick answer is we started this work before we embarked on the BVCP comp plan update, but the community assembly was definitely part of the larger conversation we had, and some of that recommendation and work that came from the National Civic League. And in many ways, they actually helped point us to our partners who are going to help us facilitate the community assembly that we're going to embark on for the initiation of some of our conversations with the comp plan. And so I see Sarah came to maybe add some more context to that.
And maybe quick.
Sarah Huntley, Director of Communication and Engagement. Thank you for your question. I think the way it connects is when you think about the tree of engagement, there's lots of different ways that we're innovating. And this is one format that we could innovate in addition to the community assembly that we're going to talk about at the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, in addition to some of the many other things we're doing to engage unheard voices. So, it's an attempt to build out our toolkit of ways we can try new things.
Great. And I just have one little question. All my questions have got answered, but I have one technical question, which is, it says the recommended format starts with a suspension of council meeting rules, but as a study session, we generally are not able to make motions. So I don't know if that's compatible with a study session to suspend our rules. So maybe it needs to be done in a different way. No need to answer that now, but that's a question for you all to think about as we move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, so I can tell people have thoughts, which is great. So we have two questions in front of us. Do we agree that we should move forward with this pilot? And if yes, do you have additional feedback on the topic? So I would invite comments from people to maybe give a yes, no, and then if you have additional comments or thoughts about how we approach it, to include those in your response. Who would like to start? Mark, look at me first.
I'm always interested in pilots, so I'm happy to have us move forward and try this as an experiment. But I must say that I'm a little bit skeptical in terms of what we will get out of it, what staff will get out of it, what resources will be required to implement this. At the end of the day, we use our study sessions generally to provide some guidance to staff as to how we want to go. And that still becomes our responsibility and our province. And some of the topics we are discussing in study sessions are pretty complex, okay? And they require subject matter knowledge, not just of what we're doing that week, but what we're doing across a range of programs that intersect with what we're studying that week. So again, I'm happy to do it to see if happily I would be totally incorrect on this, but I'm expressing a certain skepticism about its utility in light of what the purpose of study sessions are and what we have to do in order to provide proper direction to staff when we have those study sessions. So I would urge you to focus on simplicity. I would urge you to focus on sort of the fairness and equity of the procedures. And if you want to give it a go, I'm happy to give it a go, but I have trouble seeing it as a replacement on a large scale of what we do in our study sessions, because it's also just not fair to give 10 people or 5 people a memo and say, learn this, because it's going to be an incomplete picture of what we're doing and what we have to decide and how we have to focus our own efforts. So let's try it, but I'm, you know, I don't need to keep saying it.
Yeah,
I
point
have a
taken.
certain skepticism.
Gotcha. Thanks, Bart. Tara?
I don't think it's meant to, I'm sure it's not meant to tell us what the community thinks about a certain subject. I think why I chose this of the many options that we had from our original list of possible things we could do for this pilot program is I go back 2.5 years of listening to people on council, during city council, complain at the public hearings that this is the first time they're hearing. Why weren't they involved in the beginning? How come we already made up our minds? Those type of things, which we've all heard. Especially, it seems like we've already made up our minds. So what's the point of a public hearing? So it was my thought to get the community, or even just a few people involved, with hopefully people watching, from the very beginning, what it's like to hear the information we first get. We get a packet, we read about it. It's sometimes very complicated. We have a lot of super smart people in this community. I think that the 200-page package should suffice for information. That was just a joke. So I think that this is why I personally chose this, of all the things that we could have done, just to see if we can increase the community's understanding of what we go through when we listen to a topic, and also have them be a part of it and feel like they were there from the beginning. So that was my choice. That was my reason for picking this option of all the choices. The details that you all brought up, I thought were really great. And I have a fair amount of skepticism myself. You know, I'm a skeptic anyway, but I can't really visualize this working well, but I'm going to be really excited if it does. How's that? And it's only one. So I'm hoping that we can proceed with it. Let's try.
Thanks, Tara. I got Nicole.
I see you laughing, Matt, from here.
Good eye, Tara. I just want to ditto Mark. I think he kind of captured a lot of the comments that I had, so I will not repeat them. The only thing that I will ask as we move forward is just making sure that we and whoever is participating in these sessions have a very clear understanding of what the indicators of success are going to be and what it is we're going to look for, so that when we come back from the pilot, we will all have that shared understanding of whether or not it was giving us the information that we were looking for. Thank you. But thanks again thank you, Matt and Tara, and thank you, Nick, and everyone at NCL for all the work that you put into this, and thanks staff too for coming up with a way that we can try to implement this. I appreciate all of your work.
Thanks, Nicole. Taisha, and then Lauren.
Oh, Lauren's first, sorry.
Yeah, Lauren, then Taisha.
I'm a little bit lukewarm on this. I appreciate the idea and the intention, but I do have some concerns. I don't know that makes sense, as Mark was saying, if as a study session swap. It kind of seems like it might be its own thing. And maybe as such, it might make sense for our engagement team to try it out first. Like I was saying, I don't think that really all 10 of us can engage with 10 other people and all listen to each other very effectively. And so I think that there is some sense to maybe a smaller team of us participating in this first. In terms of the topics, I would like to see, maybe that's an area where community connectors could be engaged to help us in the selections of the topics themselves. And then maybe engagement team could bring back what success, tell us about the ways that they feel like it has been successful in order to kind of sell it to more of us to participate in, or as a bigger thing that we do. Thanks.
Thanks. Taisha?
So I actually love that idea, Lord. I'm not convinced that this is best structured to replace a study session. My biggest pain point is the 10. I fear we will have a overrepresentation as we similarly to our community survey if we did it by random. And that actually just deepens the overrepresentation that already exists. As far as using this report as a baseline, you know me in surveys. I looked at the survey. I looked at the scorecard. First of all, the scorecard had no respondents who identified as Black or Asian. So that, again, and the survey actually says in the report was not a representative sample. So again, the idea that we would use this report as a baseline when it would not meet the threshold of valid and reliable is concerning. But I'd say the biggest piece for me is I appreciate this topic, this conversation, and this need for deeper engagement, particularly by those who have not had the opportunity to be in these rooms and have these discussions. But when I hear they want to, we want to engage them on the front end, this isn't the front end. When it gets to this room, we've already done a lot. And so, if anything, I would be more interested in having more council chats, because I just experienced my first one, and it was powerful to be in a small group with 10 people and just you, and they have more than 2 minutes to talk to you about something. It was just, at the end of the day, the goal was to build relationships with council members so that you can have more meaningful, iterative, ongoing conversations around not just your shiny penny topic, but all of the topics that are impacting your life. And so that's where I'm just not sure the structure of this. I would be more interested in what we're considering for the Boulder Valley Comp Plan update, like a bigger thing with breakout rooms and 2 council members in each room. I still like the 10 concept. I think that definitely has legs. It's just, if it's only happening once a year, it's 10 people. Even for a pilot, it's hard to even get the legs on a pilot if you're only implementing it once a year. So those are some general things that are coming to mind for me that make it hard for me to say 100% yes on this at this time in the way that it's structured. But as I said, I am definitely a proponent for identifying more meaningful ways for people who do not traditionally, because again, I did not have any meaningful relationship with a council member until Lauren, Nicole, and Junie Joseph got on council. I never received any meaningful effort to engage me in any meaningful way until the 3 of them got on. No shade to anybody else. This is just my lived experience. And so because of that, and because I know how valuable those relationships are, I'm eager to find more meaningful ways to nourish those relationships. So I'm not willing to throw all of this out, but I am saying I'm just curious if this particular piece as proposed fits our need right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I got Tara. No, we are Tara. Tina. All these T names. Sorry, Tina. I apologize. And then Ryan.
I can change my name. So it's I have some concerns about the selection of the people who participate and what it looks like and how we'll feel if one of the indicators of success is that there's a direct reflection, if that's how we measure ourselves, or if it's closer to what Tara was explaining, which was giving people sort of an inside view and a seat at the table during that moment in time, but maybe not influencing the decision or not the decision, but the direction. So it could be, those are different goals. One is exposure and access, but the other would actually be influence. I think those are different, and it would be helpful to clarify. And and I really do like the approach we're taking in general with engagement, that we're trying lots of different things, the community connectors. The other thing that I like about the event that Taisha and I went to is that we went out into the community, and this is interesting because it's bringing people back to the chamber. And I think it's good to do it all, because I think that we're trying all these different things and finding out what works. So I'm fine to do a pilot, but I would like to set expectations that we don't really know the outcome. And it may be also that it's not, that the study session isn't the right venue, but we pick a different way of creating it, whether it's a lunch and learn with community members that has a little less weight to it, and also that may not require a huge packet, because some of our packets are not accessible to a lot of individuals. And I think that's an issue. So it would be difficult to do that. And the other piece, just on the topic, I'm open to any topic, but when I think about economic vitality, I know that there are a lot of people with a lot of voice around this issue, and we have a lot of established structures like the Downtown Partnership, the Chamber, the Small Business Bureau, the Latino Chamber, and just making sure that we know how we're balancing all those voices as we lead up to that study session. So those are my comments for that. So thanks.
Thanks, Ryan. And then I'll call on myself.
Okay, first I agree with Taisha, and I feel like she keeps saying the same thing, that we need to be more deliberate about race and have greater fidelity with the demographic data that we're collecting, and we need to do more to overrepresent communities that we are not representing. I feel like she keeps saying that, and I would like for us, when we come back to this, to see that we've addressed this in a meaningful way through this process. So that's the first thing. As far as going through the questions, so I feel a lot of love and energy going into this that gives me great confidence. I also have some trepidation in not seeing how this fits into a wider balance of how we want to improve public engagement / council learning. And I think it's interesting to think about this as a replacement for, or an alternative, or at least being compared to study sessions, because I was talking with a few colleagues about study sessions recently, and about how study sessions are generally about informing council learning, and there's other ways council can learn, including through bound bags and other things we can do that don't necessarily require study sessions. So it just makes me think that we would do well to, as we go forward with this initiative, to think about, or I guess to illustrate in a place that we can all see, what is our broad set of goals and ideas around public engagement, and then also city council learning, and then have a menu that we can all kind of make sense of together. And I think, yeah, so I'm happy to go forward with this, but I would just offer one kind of final cautionary thought, which is demonstration projects and pilots are exciting, they're fun, and they come before bigger things, but bigger things don't happen just because of pilots. They're necessary but not sufficient. You need hypothesis-driven learning and structured approaches to basically using the scientific method in order to make something that is small become bigger and successful. So it's not totally clear to me that we have that here, but I think we can build it in, and I hope we will. So I like when we had a conversation about social streets, we ended up saying, let's pull back on this for now. I hope that as we go into this, that we can have a clear understanding of what would it take for this to be successful and move on, what would it take for us to pull it back, and that we know what that looks like, and we would sort of feel clinical when we get to that point. So please go forward under those terms from my view. And then on what to do, what topics, I guess I sort of feel like asking, but I'll just say I think that some of the initiatives that we already have in play and that are maybe somewhat technical, wonky in nature, might be good candidates. I think our climate action plan update might be a good place to try this. I don't want to just foist that on the climate initiatives team, so I would say please consider it. But there could be, I am planning on introducing some subject matter that might be something that could consider that for. Also, in the transportation space, we have some pretty weedy stuff coming up with the transportation demand management ordinance and some of those enhancements. That may be a good place to bring in some people for a more focused discussion to really see that through. I mean, we've got academics from CU and others who really are close to some of this weedy detail that study sessions don't work well for, forums like our business meetings don't work well for. So I'd encourage that we think about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. So I'll call on myself, Matt, if that's all right. Yeah. So just wanted to say that I'm kind of similar to where other people have been in terms of excited to give this a try, but have some skepticism as well. And so want to echo some of my colleagues' comments, like Nicole talked about, what are the metrics of success? So I think that's important that we go into this thinking about that carefully. Is like after we've done it and we turn around and look, how do we evaluate and say, yeah, that was great, or that was problematic, here's how we'd make it better, or gosh, that wasn't worth our time, we probably shouldn't do that again. So want to be thinking about that clearly. And I appreciate all the work and thought that people have put into this, and Matt, you and Tara and Rachel before, and Nick and other folks. So yeah, I think this has a lot of promise, but we have to think about how we do it. And I want to echo the comments that Taisha made and that Ryan echoed, and that Tina also pointed out about how we're selecting people. I have to say I am deeply uncomfortable with selecting 10 people by lottery. I think we're unlikely to get a representative sample of our community in many different ways if we do that. So I would, maybe it's 15 people instead of 10. That might help some. But I think we might want to weight the selections in some way, some certain ways or another. So I'd be interested in learning more about Teresa Taylor Tate's recommendation of the pure lottery and where that's coming from, and if there's some flexibility about that, because if we ended up with 10 of all people of a certain demographic, I don't think that would give us the outcomes that we're looking for. So that's what I got. And do you mind if I summarize kind of where we've gone, or Matt, do you want to add some additional comments? Yeah.
Yeah, no, for one, I just hearing this, and I don't know if I can speak on behalf of Tara and I, being on the committee, this is really helpful. I mean, we've had conversations and calls ahead of this, and then hearing this again, this is really helpful for us. I presume it's also helpful for Nick as well to hear this, as he and his team are sort of our resident experts on how to formulate these things with relation to other cities. So thank you for this feedback. And I'll just say that skepticism is good. Skepticism is healthy, and I'm excited for us to march forward and see where we go with this. So thank you for all the great feedback, and we'll march forward.
Appreciate that. Yeah, because I do think I did hear from a majority of council an interest in giving this a try, but you did hear some healthy skepticism from also a majority of council about how this might work out. So do you want to ask for any additional feedback from what you've heard? Or I know it was a lot, so feel free to go back and process rather than...
Thank you. I do think this is really helpful to have your feedback and perspective and skepticism. And I think there is some flexibility in exactly what that format looks like. And so I think we're eager to move forward and to experiment in some different ways and make sure that we're setting those measures of success ahead of time, and that we're circling back with council to say, here's where we started, and here's how we were able to evaluate success of this or not.
I appreciate that. And I'm just noticing, Nicole, you have your hand up. Was that the previous hand, or did you have something additional to add?
Yeah, sorry, that's an old hand.
Okay, no worries. Previous, not old. Great. Well, with that, thank you so much, Ryan, for coming and talking to us about that, and Nick for joining us as well remotely. Appreciate your input, and again to Tara and Matt for bringing this forward. And with that, I have to check if are we okay to do our last 10-minute item? Finish this out? Did you say 10 minute. Can we make a commitment to 10 minute? Okay. All right, let's see if we can get through this quickly. This is item 8B, right? Do you want to introduce it, Alicia?
Yes, sir. It is item 8B. It is the extended summer recess discussion.
And this is matter for mayors and members. Should I run this, or does somebody else want to pick this up?
Mayor, certainly you can, and I will say that we stand at the ready to move forward with whatever council would like to do.
Great. And just to get us started, can you remind us currently what the recess is scheduled for?
Yeah, currently, council recesses after the last meeting in June, which is scheduled for June 27th, and then comes back on July 11th.
Okay, so currently it's scheduled to miss one meeting for a
Indeed,
2-week
in
recess.
July.
Okay, so I know council members have expressed an interest in extending this potentially. So I'm going to just open with a gambit here and feel free to agree or disagree, which is, I know in previous years, our recess has been 3 weeks with 2 missed meetings. I believe our schedule can accommodate missing the July 11th meeting and still getting in all of our business. I've heard from city staff it might be tougher to accommodate schedules, maybe not impossible, but tougher if we were to extend it longer than that. So anyway, how do people feel about canceling the July 11th meeting? Yes, Taisha.
Not only do I feel good about that, I'm also feeling good about the hotline Matt put out about revisiting our study sessions and the frequency and amount of the study sessions and potentially converting some of those to business meetings. Thank you.
That was a great point. Does anyone want to offer an alternative? Or just, I put out a gambit of skipping the July 11th meeting. Does anybody have an alternative to offer?
So I would be in favor of a 4-week break. So I've talked a little bit about. Well,
Me too. I know.
okay. Oh, great. I already have a second. Fantastic. Okay. Well, I think that part of it is the cadence of our work with staff. So staff prepares their materials 2 weeks prior. So for staff, and I think a break when we all do a lot of work together, there's a lot of opinions that are thrown, and these mental breaks I think are very good for groups like this. The Boulder Valley School District takes an 8-week break. I'm not suggesting that. But I also think it's good because a lot of people aren't here. The community, the students aren't here in July. A lot of parents aren't here in July, people with children that we talk a lot about. So they're not here to participate and listen in our meetings. And I do think we need to be thoughtful about what we're discussing in sort of the peak time when a lot of people aren't here. And I am speaking about specific groups. So, you know, I would push it a little bit and say that for us to get a place where staff has, even right now we're looking at 1 week without council because they have to be preparing the materials 2 weeks ahead. And that also means that council members are connecting with them quite frequently because that's our nature as we're trying to get more information during that process. So I personally would prefer the 4 weeks. I absolutely can do the 3 weeks, but I am just making my pitch. So.
Okay, thanks for
And
that.
then, and I would then support having 2 more business meetings to offset that during the year, and hopefully picking items there that we might want some public comment on before the study session item. So it might be actually useful.
Okay, very good. Mark, did you want to throw something in? And then maybe I'll straw poll.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be a surprise to anybody that I would also support that 4-week stretch. I think we tend to ascribe more importance to what we do on a weekly basis than is exactly necessary. I think staff would be delighted not to see us for an extra week. Not that you don't love us, but I think that break allows people to come back with a fresher mind, and the year is long. We will get a lot of business done. I don't think we should be operating under the assumption that if we do this, we will only get to 5 out of our 10 work plan priorities. We got to all of them last time. I have no reason to think that one way or the other we won't get to all of them this time, possibly by dropping a 1 or 2 study sessions and converting them to business meetings. So I don't think there's any reason to believe that we're not going to get our work done. But we have what could be the worst job in the Front Range, given, and if one of our objectives ultimately is to attract other people to run for this office and to serve, we need to make the conditions of service a little more humane. And so,
great benefits, 4 weeks off in the summer.
Yeah, What's
Don't lose that part. It's clutch.
what's not to like?
Thanks for that, Mark. Nuri, I saw your light turn on. Did you want to throw something in? Or?
No, Mayor, I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay.
And
Nuri's like, I'm not touching any of that. I got Nicole and then Tara. And then Lauren.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the July 11th is fine with me. I'm a little just knowing what's coming up on the schedule, recognizing that staff does need input at various points from us in order to make the work happen that's coming later this year. I'm a little skeptical of doing the 4 weeks this year, and I don't want to totally rule it out. And so I'm wondering if we can just kind of offer to CAC, can we be taking a look at this as it comes up? If we think that there is an option for being able to do that, try to let people know in the next couple of weeks. So I'm not totally opposed to it. I think that it can just be helpful because our planning happens so much earlier than before we're actually getting there, getting to the dates of the meetings. It's helpful to have a little bit more of a runway when we are thinking about when we will have these more extended breaks. So that is my only suggestion. And I think if we're going to move to having some fewer meetings, especially in the summer, I would just encourage us to use the time to get really practiced and disciplined in the length of our conversations, even in the meetings, so that we don't just end up with a year full of 10:30 meetings to get our work done if we're having a summer break, because I don't know that that would be a win in my book. Thank you.
Got it. And if I can just pop in here, just to be clear that whatever decision we make about this year, next year we can reopen the discussion. Like if people would like a longer recess next year than this year with more time to prepare, that's definitely still an option. Did you have a colloquy, Mark, before I go to Tara?
No, I have a colloquy. Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, ho, ho?
Ho.
Is this Christmas?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It is. Surprisingly, I hardly said anything tonight, and I don't miss listening to myself talk. So I agree with what Nicole said. We can all talk for shorter. But anyway, how about, since you didn't like my idea of the study session, I have another idea. Why don't we take 3 weeks off and make the last week a business meeting? Because I have to be in Philly the week of the 18th, so I'm not going to be here anyway. It's not all about me, but why don't we do that? That's a compromise.
Would we be planning, if we take 3 weeks off, to do the 18th and the 25th as business meetings? Or would that subject to CAC?
so subject to CAC, and as I mentioned at CAC on Monday, we had at least preliminarily anticipated taking actually the 2 meetings off in July. So we had actually thought about this already and planned ahead. And that could change. And so we have been thinking about this ahead of time. So I think 2 things can happen is that the time and the dates can change depending on what council would like. And there is of necessity, whether it's 3 weeks or whether it's 4 weeks, it is critical that then we have the discipline to think about what comes on the agenda in the future. Because I think that is the critical moment. So it depends on the timing of, you can do you can do July 18th and the 25th. You could do June 27th and July 11th. So the configurations are up to council.
Okay, very good. And I'd love to move to straw poll here pretty quick.
Wait,
What?
can I just ask you something? Can we not do the 11th and the 18th and make the 25th a business meeting, or is that not appropriate?
So I think that'd be subject to CAC. I think currently the proposals on the table are either to take 1 additional meeting off on the 11th or 2 additional meetings off, with one of them being the 11th and the other one, I guess, would then be either the 27th or the 27th of June or the 18th of July. All right, let's get quick to.
I'll be very quick on this. I would be happy to have CAC look to be off until the 18th, and let CAC decide whether the schedule permits us to go to the 25th. I must say we may be the only governmental body in North America that wants less vacation, but that's,
I've had Lauren queued up for a while. Can I go, Lauren, and then Matt? Real quick.
Yeah, so I am going to be virtual for the month of August. And so for me, there's a little bit of like, I would love to see your faces in person. Not miss you guys all for 2 months. So I'm a fan of taking the 11th off, and I'm not as big a fan of the bigger break, but I could be convinced.
Okay. That's very sweet of you. We like spending time with you too. Matt?
Well, I'm going to approach this actually quite differently. I don't think we've earned this yet. And I'm going to say that because I feel a little uncomfortable rewarding ourselves with vacation when we haven't done the work to better form the criteria and create that discipline that is actually needed for us to actually have this as a reward. We need to define what our study sessions should be. I think we have these processes, and I said it in my hotline. I just feel uncomfortable not having these things tightened up, and we're going to say, hey, let's have a big vacation with no guarantee that we're going to tighten up the things that these directly impact. I think it's critical that we be very clear in our process that study sessions are only for things that staff needs clear direction on in order for an ordinance or project to move forward. And we trim more than just 2 study sessions off the list because we're here to do work, and those business meetings are critical. I think we shave a bunch of those study sessions off and make them for business because that's what we're here to do. So I'm uncomfortable rewarding ourselves with a vacation preemptively. I'd like us to see us do that work. I'm okay with adding 1 day this time, perhaps, but I'd like to clean this up going into winter recess so that we can actually earn that vacation by cleaning up our process.
Okay. Do you mind if Ryan was up ahead, and then I'll let you go, Taishan? Ryan?
I think we should take the 11th off, but that's it for now. I understand we have a historically high docket of things we have to get through. I know our last council didn't get through all the things. It's 2-year items, and I would like to make sure that we're on top of it. That this council is on top of it. I think it's a little bit abrupt to be talking about taking any more time than that off within a few weeks from now. I like thinking of this as give us a performance bonus at the end of the year if we can tighten it up and then give staff and others a chance to plan and to make use of maybe more than a week off. So my vote would be just take the 11th off.
Okay, and Taisha, and then I'd love to do a vote.
Okay. I just want to remind everybody that this is one part-time job. So I have a whole other full-time job. So I'm not talking about more vacation. I'm talking about time to work on my business so that I can dedicate more time to the $7 an hour I make to do this work. So I just want to honor that some of us may be using that time for vacation, but others of us might be using that time to actually do some of the other work that we would need in order to be able to live in the city of Boulder, quite frankly. I couldn't live on the city of Boulder by what we make on council pay. I would not be able to live here. And so I just want to lift up that these breaks are not just breaks to hang out and rejuvenate, which are important, and there's brain science around that. But I also want to lift up that we have other jobs and other responsibilities that are high stakes and urgent and need to be attended to. So that's where I was excited about that additional week, not because I want 4 weeks of vacation, but because I have a significant backlog of work coming on to this. And some of you are following me and received my newsletter. I just did a mid-year check, and all of the hours, I track all of my hours by activity and have rolled those up. And those are significant hours spent on critical work. Now, what I feel like is, one, this isn't a bonus. One, this isn't a reward. This is an opportunity to right set and to be able to, Mark's earlier point, allow more people to be able to participate and serve on this council. As far as losing work opportunities, I would argue that some of our study sessions, and I'm excited for the opportunity to revisit our study sessions in general and how we do this. As an educator, the idea that we only do 3 months at a time of planning when we have strategic plans and city plans and council priorities, just seems like a missed opportunity to like do, pacing, scope and sequence kind of stuff. I'm looking at Tina because education stuff. But anyway, my larger point is I would be more interested in removing, as I said, study sessions that are more informative and that are not specific, and move those to a lunch and learn. And then use those previous study sessions to have 2 additional business sessions. I would even be willing to remove 3 of those so that I could have more business, so that I could have that additional time to both rest and, more importantly, do the work that I need to do in order to live in the city of Boulder. Thank you.
Thanks, Taisha. And okay, I really want to move to a vote here, but if you have a very quick statement.
Yes, I will be quick. I just want to push back on this concept of earned. We have passed many ordinances. We've looked at many issues. We are doing the work that we were sent here to do. This is an extraordinarily difficult job. We're getting 300 and 400 page packets on a weekly basis. I just reject the idea that somehow we haven't earned the right to get a decent break in the summer when we've more than earned it. And so I will reiterate my desire for the longer break, but I am interested in having CAC start to look at the whole concept of the study session when it's appropriate, and maybe we swap out a couple of those for business meetings.
Okay. Thanks. All right, I'd like to go to a straw poll, and just to be clear, this is not a value judgment about whether or not you are a good or a bad person or a good or a bad council member, but rather just whether we should take 3 or 4 weeks off. So, Tara, do you mind pulling your virtual hand down? Okay, very good. So all those in favor of the 3-week recess, raise your hand. A straw poll. I got 7, 8. Okay, just to be clear, this is 3-week means taking July 11th off, canceling the July 11th meeting only. A 4-week meeting would be canceling. A 4-month break would be canceling an additional meeting past that. Okay, so just again, let me just ask so there's clear. A 3-week break meaning canceling 1 additional meeting on July 11th. All in favor, raise your hand. Yeah, just, okay, I got the same
Hold
answer.
on, I'm confused. 3 weeks is the first week of the July, the second week of July, and the third week of July, isn't it? Because we have something on the 27th.
So a 3-week break means from June 27th to July 18th, when we would have meetings on June 27th and on July 18th, but would not have meetings on the 11th or the 4th.
Oh, so you're just saying 1 additional week off.
That's correct. So the 3-week recess means canceling 1 additional meeting on the 11th, but still having meetings on June 27th and July 18th.
But this doesn't, Aaron,
Yes.
this doesn't rule out the possibility that CAC can come back and look at it and try to see if there's one more, right?
Yes, we would still be able to do that. I don't know what our chances would be, but CAC could come back and say, yeah, there's room for another one. So is everybody clear on what the 3-week break means now? Okay, I'm gonna, one more time, straw poll, all in favor of the 3-week recess. And I got the same results again, 8. Okay, so we will be canceling the July 11th meeting, but still having the June 27th and July 18th meetings.
Hold on, aren't we? You did say that you're going to ask CAC if we could have one more, right?
Subject to CAC's discretion to potentially look at canceling an additional meeting.
Okay.
Okay, well, thanks for the discussion, everybody. Appreciate it. Do we have any other final thoughts? That's the end of our agenda. Before we
10
recess.
seconds.
10
I just want to
seconds.
acknowledge in the end of our packet, there's a declaration for Men's Health Month that's written by our assistant Megs. It's super important work in there. Take a look if you haven't read it. Really important to think about the role of men as role models and looking at preventative health practices and other good stuff. So thank you, Megs. Please take a look.
Great. All right, seeing no other further thoughts, I'll go ahead and adjourn our meeting here at 10:27 p.m. Thanks, everybody.
Everyone, thank you.